Good evening. At this time, I would like to call to order the Finance Committee meeting of the City Council of the City of Palo Alto for March 21st, 2023. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Chair Burke,
Here.
Councilmember Lifcott-Haynes. Here. Vice Mayor Stone.
Here.
We have three present. Thank you.
Thank you. So we have an exceptionally big agenda before us tonight. And a complex one. Just a lot of different utilities issues that relate to one another, and that we're going to try and sort through a comprehensive set of recommendations to the council. Just going through the multiple staff reports and presentations, it's a real challenge to really digest not only what we had coming before us 2 weeks ago, but the updates since then. And so as I was thinking about how we would wade through this tonight, just a couple of themes. I think that we need to present the materials moderately slowly because there's so much to them. And there's a temptation because there's so much that will rush and need to rush forward. But I think we've got to go at a pace that allows everybody to really digest, and then probably a good series of pauses to allow questions, not having to wait until the very end, because we may have so many that we need to pause, make sure we're following what's been presented, and can ask questions and then proceed to the next phase. So if that sounds all right, that's kind of the approach that we'll try to take tonight, and realizing that it's going to be fluid because there's so much to it. So, Dean, do you kick this off, or who?
Yeah, I would like to kick this off. Thanks, Chair Bird. Council.
Oh, I guess I'm sorry. I skipped a step. So first, we should see if there are any public comment. If there is any public comment on items that are not otherwise on the agenda.
Chair, we have no requests.
Great. And then we have actually 5 action items. Dean, did you want to, before we go into item number 1, which is the water utility financial plan, and I'm looking at the correct agenda, correct? Did you want to make any kind of overriding comments? Thank you. Go right ahead.
Thanks, Chair Bird. Council members, Dean Batchelor, Utility Director. So as we talked throughout the staff this last couple of weeks, there's been a lot of changes that have gone into this packet. There's probably a lot of confusion for yourselves to try to figure out which one is reported as what, and what's the newest and the latest, and why are we bringing back the water rates when we passed the water rates this last time? We were only going to start basically at the wastewater side and moving forward. But we think that, staff is really pushing for the increase in the wastewater rates, so that we can continue on with the infrastructure and increase our infrastructure. So there was understanding from staff that it might be better to look at an overall view of the rates themselves. And so we went back and we looked at it and said, even though that you passed the initial rate increase on the water, we thought that those reserves are much more healthier than they are on the wastewater side. So we're bringing back a new proposal real quick to talk about. And the idea is that to look at if it will offset the increase of the 9% rate increases in the wastewater. But then we also took an account and looked at the suggestion of the 7s that we looked at. And there's a cost breakdown of the 7s as well as the 9s. But most important, the reason why we brought back the water was we lowered the rates. We think that's the reserve that is the most healthiest between the two of those. And then we wanted to have another conversation, one more chance with you, with all of you about that. And then as you saw is that we've changed the electric due to the CVP, the Calaveras or Central Valley project, where we received the $24 million. In this last, we have not received it yet, the monies, but the monies are at NCPA, so we should be getting that shortly. And so we did a forecast, and our forecast will show that We increased the base rates higher than what we were asking for prior, but the idea behind this is we turned off the hydro adjuster. And there's a decrease of 5% on the overall bills to the customer at each month. So coupled along with that, you'll see at the very bottom that the entire rate package is much less than what we were proposing 2 weeks ago in front of you. So tonight we were going to start off a little bit and talk a little bit more about the water and how we came to our conclusions. And then we thought that maybe looking at the rest of the rates for gas and that. Suggestion only, throwing this out that as Chair Burris mentioned, that going through this a little slower, processing this, if I could make a suggestion, what might be is not to vote on each of the rates. Maybe take a vote at the end of the meeting or wherever we get to, if we have to extend or whatever we do. That way there we can go back and talk about, and then we're not going to bring this back to you again, like maybe we have to bring the gas back another time. So just a suggestion that maybe you could think about. So with that.
So we might kind of have placeholder concepts, but not take votes until the end until we look at how it integrates as a package.
Correct.
Good.
And Chair Burtz, this would be analogous and good practice for the committee on making like tentative motions like we do in the budget process. So you could tentatively decide on or find consensus in general as you move through each, but since it is a tentative motion, you'll revisit it at the end for a final action.
Okay. And just one other high level comment on the electric and the gas. Throughout the reports, if I understood them correctly, we were comparing the proposed FY24 rates to what has been the effective charges in FY23, which included the gas increases from the commodities going through the roof and from the hydro increases. But they were compared to our budgeted FY23. So when we say, and tell me if I got this wrong, but when we say, well, we're only going to have this increase or this reduction, whatever, it's in relation on those two utilities to big spikes, as opposed to where we actually are versus what we thought were going to be our rates for the year and what we budgeted for. And I think we need to look at both of those because, if we tell our community that, oh, gee, you're getting a great deal because we backed off this much from 23, but 23 was a massive, unexpected, unbudgeted for a spike. That's a kind of a tenuous comparison versus what we actually budgeted for and thought we were going to have in 23. Did I understand those comparisons correctly?
So I think that's more than just that spike when we looked at the comparison. I think the thing is that if you look back and you look at 21 and 22, we didn't have any rate increases. Plus, then also we were in a drought period of time. We've spent close to over $40 million in the last year and a half out of reserves. So and that was the reason why we needed to put the hydro back into place. So I think if you look at the overall tonight, and as we walk through this, it'll come to the forefront of what you're asking.
Okay, great.
I can also share that we're going to have both views because the intent to bring that forward was not to say, hey, community, you're getting a good deal because we're lower than this, these extremely high FY23 prices. I mean, that's not a viable story. I think we just there are two stories that need to be told. People are looking at their February gas bills, their February energy bills right now and saying, you're expecting increases on this bill. And we want to be able to show there are going to be decreases from these high energy price spikes, but we also want to be able to highlight for everybody what the changes are going to be relative to our sort of long-term trends leaving at the price spike. So we'll have both views for you as we go through the gas and electric presentations.
Sound okay?
Yeah.
All right. So we're still starting with the water utility. Okay, so our first action item is a recommendation that the council adopt the resolution approving a revised fiscal year 2024 water utility financial plan, including a series of transfers, et cetera. So, hi.
Go ahead. You want to go ahead.
My name is Lisa Lear, Acting Senior Resource Planner, and I'm going to talk to you about the water utility and provide the update on our alternative recommendation that Dean described. So 2 weeks ago, we brought to you, or you reviewed and approved our proposal for the 7% overall impact on the water utility customers. And you also continued the wastewater item and asked staff to look at an alternative and come up with a proposal that would be a lower rate increase overall for wastewater. So we took a close look at all our proposals and looked at water and felt that we could propose an alternative because of, as Dean mentioned, the reserve situation in the water utility. We looked at the idea of moving 1% of distribution increase from fiscal year 24 into fiscal year 25. So the top of the table, it shows you that the recommendation from the previous approved in 2 weeks ago, which is 7%, and then the 3.335, and the alternative that we're bringing to you tonight, which is the costs remain the same and the rate increase is pushed back by a year. So the alternative is 6% in 24 and then 4% instead of 3% in 25. And the reason for that, there's two components of this rate increase. One is the distribution increase to pay for the distribution costs in Palo Alto, and then the pass-through charge from SPUC. And the pass-through charge assumption under both of these alternatives is the same. It's 11.6%, and that will be decided in around May. We will pass through with the appropriate notice to customers, whatever SFPUC determines that pass-through will be.
When you say charge, you mean that they plan on increasing the pass-through rate, is correct?
Thank you. Yes, increasing the pass-through rate 11.6% from the current level, which is $4.75 up to the $5.30 per CCF of water. So this alternative in the table at the bottom of this slide shows the distribution increase decreasing in 2024 from 3%, which is what we brought to 2 weeks ago, to 2% now, and in 2025 increasing from the 6% to 7%. And this is our proposal in lieu of the change in the wastewater alternative that I'll be talking to you about next. So I wanted to just give you the overview of the impact of this alternative recommendation for your consideration. This is the proposal from 2 weeks ago. The costs are the same, and the rate increase is the rate increase is the 7% that we brought to you before, and then this chart is the same costs and shows the 6%. It shows the rate trajectory that I mentioned to you, the overall impact on the water customers. The reserves are not impacted greatly by this change. In your packet, I had flipped the dotted line and the solid red line, so I corrected it in the slide that I'm showing you on the screen. The proposal from 2 weeks ago, the reserve is a little bit higher. The operations reserve is a little bit higher, and under the alternative, it's a little bit lower, but you can see it's a minimal difference. And then the CIP reserve balances remain the same under the two possible proposals. And the recommendation would be modified from the 3% distribution rate increase to the 2% distribution increase. So options are to uphold the vote that you took 2 weeks ago for the recommendation of a 7% overall and a 2% water distribution rate increase, or to consider this alternative for a 2% water distribution rate increase. And I wanted to give you an idea of the total impact, how this impacts the total customer bill. So I'll just run through that briefly, and then we do have slides on that if you'd like to see it at some point. But when you consider the electric change that Dean described together with this water change in the proposal, it brings the overall increase to customer bills in July to 3%, whereas 2 weeks ago we were talking about an overall increase of 5%. So the dollar impact on the median resident from this package of rate increases is an estimated $11.70, which is $5.40 less than the staff proposals from 2 weeks ago. And that's including the electric and the water changes. So I think with that, next I'll describe wastewater changes under wastewater item.
Let's see if we have questions just on the water first.
Sure.
Colleagues?
No questions. It seems like a really great approach to the situation in front of us. Thank you for putting work in to get us here.
Sure.
It's one, you answer my other one. So we've got, it's a 1% decrease in the rate between option 1 and option 2. Is that the entire reason for all of these, for the necessity of all these different transfers in option 2? Is that all caused by that 1% decrease?
Thank you for asking that question. No, the transfers haven't changed from where we discussed them 2 weeks ago. The reason for the capital improvement reserve transfer is to move the funding from the CIP reserve to the operation reserve to ensure adequate funding for the CIP needs in the upcoming year or in the current year. And then the $3 million from the rate stabilization reserve is in order to mitigate the need to increase rates, because this overall proposal is to use reserves as well as rate increases in order to use reserves that are available and make sure the rate increase is mitigated for residents and businesses in Palo Alto.
Okay, until we get to what, fiscal year 2026, 27, whatever that graph was showing.
Yes, so this is one of the years where we use some funding from the rate stabilization reserve, and we're also planning to use it in 2 other years.
Okay, thank you.
But B through C on this slide, under option 1, there would be transfers as well, right?
That's correct. The transfers remain the same. So just the only change between the two really is the bold text with the 3% distribution increase versus the 2% distribution increase. Everything else, including the SFUC pass-through, is all the same.
Okay. And just on slide 6, if you could return to it, I just wanted to understand better why the capital reserve ending balance moves up and down so much in this circumstance. Is it major project in a given year?
So the idea here is that we're trying to stabilize the operations reserve actually and show just the CIP related costs changes in this CIP reserve. So we're setting aside the funds in the reserve and then showing the changes. So in the water utility and wastewater, there's a pattern of CIP spending for the water main replacements every other year. So there's a project budgeted in 26 and 28.
Nice.
And so that's why the fund is saving money up and spending it every other year. That's how
Got it.
that's
Okay,
why
thanks.
it leads to that pattern.
If I could just add to that real quick,
Yeah.
is that you'll see that pattern throughout for gas as waste, as well as the electric side. And one of the reasons for that is we were hoping to get some economy of scale from the contractor standpoint, that we can actually do a little bit more and hopefully at a cheaper price than if we were going to keep it flat and we were going to put a project out on a yearly basis. So we've had this idea probably the last 3 years that you'll see the peaks and the valley portions is when you're paying and doing the CP itself and then collecting the dollars the year and doing planning and then doing the shoveling at that period of time.
Okay. So before even taking straw votes, are we thinking that we do the wastewater collection and then kind of look at those 2 categories and do kind of our own straw voting at that point in time? Do those 2 as a package, or? Yeah, let's do that. Let's see how they integrate. Great.
So should I begin sharing the wastewater presentation or do we? Okay. For the wastewater utility, 2 weeks ago, the committee directed staff to return with a modified alternative B proposal with a particular trajectory in order to reduce the impact on customers of the wastewater increase. So that's what this presentation shows is the modified alternative B. You can see it in red there. And just to tell you the impact of that proposal, it really allows the utility to reach to accelerate the main replacement to the 2.5 miles per year, which was the target rate by 2032. And it fully funds the current main replacement project. And yeah, this is the proposal. And then I guess giving you the overall impact at the end of the day on the customers. This wastewater proposal, together with the water and electric changes that I described earlier, would would also be an overall 3% impact on the bill in July for customers, for average residential customers, median residential customers. It would be a lower dollar impact of $10.80 this July. And so that's $6 less than the staff proposals that we talked about 2 weeks ago. So a little bit more detail about this proposal. Again, the costs remain the same, and the costs other than the CIP remain the same. And the CIP project doesn't begin, the larger project doesn't begin until fiscal year 2032. So that is modeled, but just not shown on the slide here. And the 77666 is a modified alternative rate trajectory. And you can see that on the red numbers at the top of the slide. This is, for comparison, is the proposal from March 7th, and it shows the 99985 pattern of rate increases. This, oh, yes. Okay, okay. So this is a picture of the operations reserve projection, and the reserve goes up and down a little bit, but has a little bit more funding in it with the alternative recommendation, the modified alternative B, and that's because we're ramping up the spending a little bit on the CIP, but again, the funds are not going to be spent in a large project, much larger project until fiscal year 2032. This is an overlay of the staff recommendation from 2 weeks ago and the modified alternative B proposal. And you can see that the minimum and maximum of the CIP reserve is a function of the total CIP budget. So that's why there's different mins and maxes for the two different proposals. And for the staff recommendation in the red, the solid red line and the red graph, the red bar, excuse me, it show that it does drop below the minimum and then is able to recover and remain within guideline range between 27, 28. And the modified alternative B is similar. It drops below the minimum in 23, but then is able to recover a little bit sooner in 25 and 26 and remain within the guideline range for the rest of the time period.
Can I just ask on that last slide? I was scratching my head why under the modified minimum B or alternative B, the reserve was over that course of time higher up until 2028 than the original staff recommendation. And I couldn't quite figure that out unless the plan under the modified B was a different capital expenditure.
It is a
period.
different
Okay.
capital expenditure, yes. And that's kind of the main gist of the difference, because the staff proposal really by 2026 would begin this 2.5 mile per year of main replacement for the sewer line, for the sewer mains. The modified alternative B would do the same thing, but at a later date. And so it's not until 2032, right? And so in the meantime, the fund needs to save up some funds in order to be able to accommodate that change at the time.
And under the recommendation, staff feels comfortable with being able to ramp up to that new 0.5 mile per year rate as soon as FY24?
26 under the staff recommendation.
You wouldn't get to that, and it would take 2 years.
Yes, the
to
staff
get to that.
proposal is by 2026 is where we're confident that we can do that. Under modified alternative B, the plan would still be the same, but it would just take a little bit more time and would be by 2032.
Well, I'll just say that I think everybody knows that in the last meeting, I was pushing for any place that we could mitigate the rate increases this year after these big spikes in really the electric from the hydro and the gas commodity. With what's happened in the summit with the Bureau of Reclamation, I'm feeling less necessity to try to squeeze out that mitigation in the rate than was necessary 2 weeks ago, or at least I was searching for 2 weeks ago. So I'll just put that out on the table. Colleagues, any questions or comments at this time?
Well, the first thing that I want to say, Lisa and team, is not being in this work. My impression as an outsider is that you have done a tremendous job on analytics here. You took a complicated problem to solve, holding a few alternatives across a number of variables, and I found they were presented really effectively. So I thank you for that. I do have questions. I remember last time around, as we were looking at the various alternatives for replacing the mains, there was this notion of the 100-year lifespan, and there was some scenarios where the final main replacement was not happening until year 108. And I'm wondering what modified alternative B takes us to in that regard, because I found myself just worried about, the problem that we've kicked all the way down to that year of, beyond the lifespan of the equipment.
That's right. Under the staff proposal, the age of the last remaining main is going to be 108 years, which is as close as we could come to 100 years.
Yeah.
Under the modified alternative B, the last remaining pipe would be 112
Okay. Got it.
years.
That makes sense. Okay. And Dean, if I may ask you this question, you said in your overview of why these two were coming back, why water was coming back, and we need to really evaluate wastewater within the context of water. You said that as a practical matter, the water reserves were in better shape, and so they offer that resource to us. And I'd just love to understand, in terms of recent history, why it is that the water reserves are in better shape than the wastewater reserves.
So part of that is that we missed on a couple of our projects. And we also had one project come in under budget, and we were able to save some of those dollars. And we pushed those missed projects. We pushed actually out a little further, and then at that point, reserves just continue to build, and that's why they're at the max almost at this point.
And just as a follow-up to that, I don't know in utilities how common it is for capital projects that we plan for in a given year, what percentage of them we're actually able to typically execute on in the plan for year. I know that in other capital projects, it's not uncommon that we don't accomplish all of the plan for projects in the year we budgeted for them. So what's any rule of thumb on that, or a current pattern that you're seeing based on more recent circumstances?
Well, I'd say that we had more of a difficult time when we were trying to do budgets every year, or projects every year. As we went to this off on period of time, we're able to be much more better at doing the engineering ahead of time. I think the other issue that we have in the past is that just trying to negotiate. We may get an engineering estimate of $1, but when the construction companies come back and they want $5, there's going back and forth, or we have to put the job out. And that's what ended up happening with a couple of these, that we just felt that they were just way too much. So you got to compromise, and you got to lower the scope, that you're not going to be doing as much, or you are going to put it back out and maybe then modify. Maybe you would do some more internal work from our own internal crews to do a little bit more, or you got to compromise on what you're going to have to give. And so I'd say from a utilities perspective that we are, other than maybe some of the electric projects we have, especially around the undergrounding, is a little bit more tougher with us to try to deal with the residents in the underground area. We're probably, I'd say 95% of the time on any given year in any utility, with the exception of undergrounding, we've had good success with that.
Thanks. Greer?
Yeah, thanks. I agree with the kind of chair's assessment as far as the urgency and the change from a couple weeks ago to now on that settlement. Glad Councilmember Lithcott-Ames kind of brought up some of those points that I had as well about trying to understand the context here. I guess for me, and I think I brought this up at the last meeting, as well as I think Councilmember Lithcott-Ames. I know this is finance committee, we're focused on financials, but if I mean, for me, the context of all this is just as critical in being able to understand the finances and how far we to go and the urgency here. And based on the staff report and the presentation, I'm still kind of left here going, I don't know how urgent this is. How important is 2032 deadline compared to 2028, and what is that for 2026, and what does that mean? I mean, that is a $6 rate differential that we're saving customers. Is that a good enough trade-off or not? I still don't know. I was kind of hoping to be able to maybe get some of that information going into this, not having any expertise at all, shockingly, of sewer pipes. So that's still my struggle on this. I think staff has done a great job on the presentation, on all the crunching the numbers and everything, and really made me kind of understand that component, but I'm still missing the real need here. And so if there be kind of any clarification, I mean, Dean, you kind of touched on that, I think, kind of maybe at the beginning, maybe that was even the last presentation, just kind of talking about the importance of this, but still not necessarily maybe the importance of staff recommendation over this alternative B, and why staff still, if you still do think that's the important one.
Yeah, hi, Zuka, Assistant Director of Utilities, Water, Gas, and Wastewater. It's an excellent question. And it's also an equally hard question to answer, because we're dealing with obviously an asset that's going to last a long period of time, and we're trying to, as we sort of said, prudently manage that asset over the 100-year life cycle. So the risks are difficult to quantify. Some of them are going to be operational in terms of increased cost. We're going to be throwing resources at maintaining bad infrastructure when they get to the end of their useful life. The other thing I will add, and I kind of briefly alluded to this in the last meeting, is that when sewer systems fail, they fail through a combination of things. And the failure part of it is obviously the infrastructure side of it, and we deal with the sanitary sewer overflows and then the environmental impact of that. But one thing that I kind of briefly alluded to is there are environmental organizations that will go around and they pay attention to the SSOs that are occurring throughout the bay, and they will in waves target them for lawsuits. So there are, I want to say, probably 30 agencies within the last 10, 15 years that have been sued by some of these environmental NGOs. So they tend to fail, and when fail on the infrastructure side, that's the cheap part. The expensive part happens is when you get the 60-day notice of intent to file suit, and we're then in a mediation with Baykeeper or whomever, and they're going to be looking for us to enter into a consent decree with them. They're going to be looking for us to be committing to accelerated capital improvement program, probably on the order of $100 million over a 10-year period of time, if you look at what the other agencies on the peninsula have had to do. So part of I think staff's recommendation is to start on a pace to avoid sort of that third rail, where the cost and the liability just take a paradigm shift up. Up until then, maybe it's manageable. You get to that point and we're talking, $100 million settlement and polluter being used synonymously with the city of Palo Alto, yada, 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 in the press. So that's, I think, like I said, so the environmental rail of the wastewater side. Love wastewater, and that is sort of an out of sight, out of mind. No one really cares about it. As long as the toilet flushes and it works, everybody's happy. But that's kind of the back end and the backstop of the problem, if you will, right? Hopefully that helps put some more context into it.
Yeah, thank you. That's much more helpful.
And Matt, I think you, with that second half of your explanation, maybe have implied an answer to my next question, which is that we've been at 1 mile a year and we're going up to 2.5. That's a huge increase. And why does it suddenly have that step jump rather than over the last decade or so that we had gone to 1.5 to 2, et cetera? And maybe that second half of your answer is part of what explains that, but can you explain why we are having such a step increase?
Sure. A number of factors that predate my employment at the city of Palo Alto, so I'm going off memory, but on some of this stuff. But it stems from about 10 years ago, I would say, back when there was an effort to focus on certain utilities at the expense of the wastewater utility. So we were doing an emergency effort to get rid of gas in the ABS, a certain type of plastic in the gas system. That slowed things down a little bit. We also had some transitions and some retirements with staff that slowed some of the capital implementation down. And then there was a downward pressure. So at that point, there was also, we were not collecting the reserves. We didn't want to allow the reserves to grow. So we weren't keeping up with rates because we weren't spending the money. Then we hit the pandemic, and all of a sudden there's an ongoing downward pressure on rates. So really, this is a catch-up effort to kind of make up for a few things that kind of damp down on the rate of progress that we would like to have made. And then on top of that, we had sort of the downward pressure on the financial part of it as well, that then kept it. So yes, it is sort of a quantum leap, but it's kind of, I think if we had the way that we would like to have done it, we probably would have slowly and gradually, ramped it up to get to where we are today. So what we're proposing today.
Well, that last part of your explanation there of that, when we're not doing capital projects, we're not charging rates to keep the reserves in proportion with the upcoming capital projects. This was an issue that I had a concern about going back, 2015 or so on our wastewater treatment, which was that we knew we had this massive rebuild on the horizon. Mm-hmm. And we weren't charging any of our customers, ourselves or the 5 other agencies that we serve, to build that capital fund in order to then do those projects. It's once we start doing them, we have to jack up rates to pay for it. And that's in contrast to really how we, on the general fund side, treated this infrastructure plan that we did, where we said, no, we're going to really build a capital fund, and we built it up largely before we launched the biggest of those capital projects. And that's not really what we're focusing on tonight, but I really want to encourage that we re-examine that approach strategically, that we look at anticipated future capital needs and look at whether we should be building and having a different, rather than a standard range, we establish a future need and begin to build that capital fund, basically savings for what is on the horizon, and have that different approach somewhat. And I don't know, so to tackle that issue, when would that be appropriate to come back to the UAC and this committee and the council about re-examining the strategic approach?
So I can answer on the collection system side of things. The beauty of that, or the simplicity, I should say, of that is, I think that's exactly what staff proposed in the 2.5 miles per year. In other words, we're looking at the life cycle of an asset and what do we need to invest every single year in order to maintain that within its life cycle. When it's related to the plants, they, instead of annual costs, are going to have larger, what we sort of call recurring costs, which is on the order every 30 years. They've got a much larger investment, not just an annual so many miles of pipe to get done. And so I think, I don't know that I have an answer on when we can come back for the rest of it to answer that part of it, but I did want to just sort of point out, I think that's exactly what we're proposing on the collection system side of it for wastewater.
Well, and on the gas and electric, it's a really, it's a similar, we need to look at it in a longer term strategic approach, but they're different scenarios. So on the electric, we have this massive grid reinvestment. On the gas, we have prospect of a retirement, and what long-term investment should we make if it's not, we're not going to use all of that utility over that prospective life. I don't have the answers. I just want to make sure that we sometime this year move that process. I know that on the electric side, that's certainly part of what the Utilities Commission is tackling, staff. But John, I don't know if you can comment on kind of when and how we're going to be tackling that issue.
Yeah, so we can actually talk about that issue with the gas and electric forecasts. The electric forecast has those costs built in. The gas forecast does not, but we can talk about conceptually some of the things we might need to think about. So we can do that tonight. I think
we have so much tonight that I just want to get a high level version.
Yeah, high level. We don't have to dive into details. We can come back with details later. I think in the other utilities, and I'll look to Lisa to correct me if I'm wrong, but I think most of the rare, large one-time investment that is anticipated is accounted for already in our rate plans. But, correct me if I'm off on that.
Sounds good. And one of the things I was worried about on the wastewater treatment is that we have partner agencies who are not necessarily legally obligated to go through us in the long term. And it didn't pan out this way, but I was frankly worried that one of those partner agencies would say, we're going to switch to I'm going to stay with you right up until you have to charge me for rebuilding the plant, and then I'll switch who I'm going to work with. And that's been a fear I've had. I didn't want to talk about it out loud too much, but it looks like that's not going to pan out. But that certainly would have been a possible business decision by some of them in their own self-interest. So it's something to just bear in mind. That's an anomaly because we serve those other agencies in the wastewater treatment. But yeah, Lisa.
Just want to mention that we do have the plant manager listening, and so I want to invite him if he has any response to your comments or if you have any questions for him. I just wanted you to know that he's available.
I'm okay, and but if he wanted to add anything, certainly welcome.
That's not a likely scenario, so I wouldn't worry about anybody backing out. They'd have to build, it'd be very expensive for them to build their own treatment plant, and so I think we're the more economical solution.
Oh, I wasn't meaning building their own. It was a question whether they'd pipe to someone else.
Right. No, I don't think that's going to happen either, because the Silicon Valley water plant is like triple our cost.
Got it. And even Mountain View, they're adjacent to Sunnyvale plant.
And they don't have capacity. They don't have the capacity for Mountain View.
Okay, good. Thank you. All right. So did we want to kind of talk about our straw poll on water and wastewater rates? The plan?
Chair Burt, did
Yeah.
you want to ask the public for a public comment?
Certainly, please.
No request to speak.
Well, I'll just say that I want to wait until it's a straw poll, but at this point in time, I think I would be comfortable with the original staff recommendation based on things that have happened over the last 2 weeks, as well as the additional explanations we've had tonight. And on the water, I don't think we really, we have the alternative, and I think if I understood correctly, staff is comfortable with the alternative.
Oh, yes, we're
Okay.
comfortable with it.
Great. Colleagues?
I'm in agreement that the revised water plan coupled with the original wastewater plan is the way to go.
Same.
Great. Okay. I don't want us to delude ourselves that the next ones will be as easy as this one, but
Well, we've already had 2 bites of the apple here. So
Yeah.
see if we can do this one. Let's get started here.
okay. Our next is the recommendation to the council to adopt a resolution approving the fiscal year 24 gas utility financial plan, including proposed reserve and general fund transfers.
Okay. Good evening, council members, and my name is Jonathan Avenshine, Assistant Director in Utilities. And I'll be presenting the gas and electric tonight. I do want to acknowledge Micah Babbitt, resource planner on our team who prepared most of these electric proposals and could be here tonight. With the gas utility, remember the story here is complicated. We talked about it a couple of weeks ago, how people right now are seeing their bills from these very high winter gas supply spikes. But we're expecting these bills to come down over the next few months. And the increases that we're talking about are increases on the median bill as we expect it would look in June of this year. And I do actually have a backup chart that I can show that maybe illustrates this better than what I have in the standard slides here. So if it's okay, I could maybe show that and come back. Sure. So this slide here shows the median bill in given months, monthly median residential bill in given months. So you can see last winter's bill, January 2022, last summer's bill, July 2022, the very high, the price spikes in winter of 2023 with the high gas rates, and then June and July of the summer of this year, and that's before and after the proposed rate changes. And then next winter, based on forecasted gas prices right now, and those are always uncertain. I just want to reemphasize that. So hopefully this gives more of a visual picture about what people can experience or can be expected to experience in their bill based on market changes, market price changes, and we're proposing tonight. Are there any questions on this before I jump back into the gas presentation?
I'm good.
Okay. And hopefully that introduces the sort of combined long-term, the combined sort of long-term view and short-term view relative to the energy price spike that we were talking about early on in the discussion tonight. So, since we're talking about trends in a lot of different aspects of the gas rates, and gas is a little bit more complicated, I just want to review rate design for the commission. We have two major categories for our costs. We have gas supply and we have gas distribution in the gas utility. Gas supply is before rate components, and all of them are direct pass-throughs of costs that the utility experiences in the market. There's a commodity rate component, which is a cost to actually buy the gas. Transmission, which is a cost of transporting it to Palo Alto. Environmental charges from the state's cap and trade program, and then our own environmental charges in Palo Alto related to our carbon neutral gas portfolio. And these rates are adjusted monthly or quarterly or annually, or even less frequently, according to those market-driven costs that are passed directly through to customers. The other component we have is the distribution rate component, and that's most of what we're going to be talking about here tonight. But it is not the driver of these really high winter gas prices. That's the gas supply that really spiked this winter. The distribution is the cost to the city of operating and maintaining its gas distribution system. So it's capital investment in the mains and the lateral mains and the services. It's maintenance, it's customer service, it's administrative overhead, all of those things. So for the distribution component, distribution revenues are 20% below cost right now. Partly that's expected. It results from the city and the council's initiative to protect customers from rate increases during the pandemic. So we minimized our rate changes over that time to try and relieve the burdens of customers. Partly it's because our gas utility sales dropped during the pandemic. They haven't fully recovered. And partly it's because cost increase they've been rising over the last few years by quite a bit. When we were going through the pandemic, we planned to exit the pandemic by gradually increasing rates by no more than 5% per year to get our revenues back up to match our costs. And we knew that to do this, we'd have to keep drawing down reserves. And we planned our reserves to make sure that we had enough to follow the plan. But the gas price spikes this winter, which were not entirely passed through customers, deeply depleted reserves. And it drove them well below the minimum guideline levels, which I'll show a little bit later. So we're not able to phase in those rate changes over several years anymore. And we're proposing a 21% distribution rate increase this year to get revenues to match costs. That translates into an 8%. Distribution is only a portion of the bill. It translates into an 8% overall bill increase. Even with this increase, we still won't be able to get reserves back to minimum guidelines until F2027. Now, I don't know how much I need to really reiterate this, but because gas supply costs are decreasing, people will see decreases in their gas bills from this fiscal year to next fiscal year, even with the 8% increase on the bill. And I'll show you exactly what that looks like later on. So because gas supply costs are so high this year, even though distribution because gas supply rates are so high this year, even though distribution rates are smaller, if we increase distribution rates 8% and gas supply rates come down as significantly as we're expecting, the net effect is people will pay less for their gas in FY24 than they did FY23, even with the rate increase.
Yeah, well,
I
and
think the point is that it's on a really high level, and we would expect people to have to be able to pay less.
and how does that compare to what were our projected rates for FY23? So we're going to be that percentage down from the actual FY23, but what's the rate impact compared to what we had projected?
That's hard because this is the first year that we've shown because the gas supply rates have, usually what we show is a projection ignoring the gas supply rate. Because the gas supply rates fluctuate, but they don't fluctuate the way they did this year. So we don't have that projection for FY 2023. This is the first year that we're really showing the gas supply rates swinging around the way that they were. So where we are relative to FY 2024, I may be able to look up, and maybe I'll turn to Lisa and Eric, see if you're able to look that up. We often have that in the financial plan up front. We might be able to show it to you. Oh, thank you, Lisa.
We'd have the FY22 actuals too.
Yeah, so we had been in the FY23 financial plan. What I can tell you is the distribution rates, we've been anticipating 4% per year for FY24 through FY26. Now we're proposing 8%, 7%, 5%. And a lot of this is driven by the massive hit that we took to our reserves in FY23. Thank you, Lisa. All right. I'm going to jump around a little bit. Unfortunately, I didn't get a chance to reorganize the slides before we had to send them out. I just want to show these two slides here. This shows the distribution rate projections. This is just for distribution only, leaving aside the gas supply. But if you do want to look at the gas supply rate changes, this is what it looks like. We saw 33%, 44% increases in 2022 and 2023 as market prices shot up. You can see the costs were well above revenue. So the revenue line is the red line, and the bars are the costs, and costs were well above revenue for those 2 years. And you can see that costs are coming way down from FY23 to FY24, but they're not going back down to the levels they were before FY22. The gas markets are stabilizing, but we're not seeing the low price that we saw for about a decade before FY2022.
In FY23, it had also an increase in capital. Can you explain that?
Let's see. In FY23, we saw an increase in capital. So we have the same sort of investment strategy that we have of doing, a large project 1 year and then, just basic maintenance the following year. So that's what you're seeing in FY23 was a large year for capital investment. Okay. The next slide here shows you what's happening with our reserves. So by the end of FY23, like I said, reserves are well below minimum guidelines. They're below the risk assessment levels. And we expect them to stay below the risk assessment levels through FY25 and below the minimum guidelines through FY27. We're not asking to try for a rate plan to try to bring those reserves up to the minimum, because that would require double-digit rate increases. And we are confident that if we have to find, emergency cash for this the utility, that we will have strategy we could use for that.
And the spikes in the reserve min, max, and target in FY23, is that because those are a percentage of the gross revenue?
Yeah,
and
effective, yes. It's 30 days, 90 days to 100, 60 days to 120 days of operating.
So when the commodity price went through the roof, it automatically said that we need more reserves.
Right, yep.
Okay.
And I think what we really look at is the long-term projection. That's how we set our rates. And that's a more normal level. Okay. I'm going to jump back to slide 4 now. And I'm going to talk a little bit about the other piece of this rate proposal this year. So we're looking for feedback from the Finance Committee tonight on the general fund transfer. So last November, Measure L passed, and that changed the methodology from for the general transfer to a percentage of revenues. The measure transfers 18% of revenues, but council can choose to transfer less, which gives the flexibility to respond to changing conditions with the gas utility. The chart shows the amount of the general fund transfer. This chart shows the amount of the general fund transfer if we transfer 18% of revenues each year. That's the blue bar. In FY23, transferring 18% of revenues is about the same amount as it's about a CPI increase on the FY 2022 general fund transfer. But after that, it starts to significantly increase. A lot of that has to do with these really rapid and anticipated increases in the gas supply costs. So an alternative could be to transfer less. We have in the orange line here a transfer of 15.5% for FY24 and less in future years. And if the city does that, it could yield growth in the general fund transfer of about CPI, which is similar to the growth rate of the transfer prior to Measure L. And so we're looking for both the UAC and the Finance Committee to make a recommendation to council on which alternative to choose. I'm going to go to slide 13 now. So get my notes here. Yeah, this slide shows the the rate changes that I've been showing you tonight are based on this alternative 2, which transferred less than 18% of revenues. And the general fund transfer Measure L does not drive rate increases. We transfer percentage of revenues, but to transfer at 18% of gross revenues would increase the transfer and would require rates to be higher in order to be able to make those transfers. So what you see here in the table at top is the rate increases that would be needed to follow that 18% transfer level, 9% in FY24, 10% 25, and 8% in FY 2026. And in the bottom right, you can see the transfers as a percentage of gross utility revenues, gross gas utility revenues from 2 fiscal years prior that are offered under alternatives 1 and 2. Let me stop here and see if there are any questions.
I have a few good comments.
I'm finding myself wondering, so what's the harm and what's the benefit? And regardless of, let me not say that incorrectly in case the Daily Post is listening. Of course, the rates we pass on, the rates we set for customers is concern number 1. I'm curious, in addition to that concern, what do we gain versus lose in terms of our management of these financial resources by passing 18% versus 15.5%?
Well, so I guess maybe a clarifying question would be when you're talking about management of these funds, are we talking about the gas utilities operations or general fund operations?
I'm talking about both.
Perhaps?
Yeah, I'm curious as to what happens on the gas utility side if 15.5 is passed through, so 2.5 is retained. What do we get for that?
So I think the main thing that happens here is the impact on rates. That's what ties the two together. If you try to transfer the full amount, taking into account these large increases of gas supply rates and the increased general transfer, then because there's a 2-year lag, the transfer is based on the gross gas utility revenues from 2 years prior. It means that there can be a little bit of there's a little bit of a lag, and so it may affect the rate changes that happen in future years. And that's what you're seeing right here in this slide, that the rate changes for FY24 through 26 would need to be higher. And I would say that's the single difference between the two.
So then it seems like I'm sorry, just as a follow-up, the obvious, we want to pass on, we want to set lower rates for our customers. So what's the harm to the gas utility what is the harm and to whom is it accrued if the rate is only 15.5% instead of 18? So no change to the gas utility on either of these alternatives, aside from the rate impact. For the general fund, correct me if I'm wrong, Assistant City Manager, but the long range forecasts and budget projections that we've made are based on a gas utility transfer that is very similar to alternative 2. Okay. Please correct me if I'm wrong on that.
Yeah, alternative 1. So the long range that the council saw prior to these rate forecasts being developed was based on Measure L at that 18% figure. Now, as Jonathan has outlined, obviously our costs on the gas side have changed drastically over the last month or two. And so that's why we've brought this forward as a question, because we want to acknowledge that the landscape has changed significantly, and we intentionally placed the council's ability in the ballot measure to adjust this, acknowledging we didn't know what we didn't know.
And my last question, order of magnitude.
Can I, before we leave that, so I think it's accurate that the long range forecast was based on an 18%, but it was based upon this gross level.
Correct.
So that has changed. So the dollar amounts that we were planning to transfer to the general fund under alternative 1 are higher than we were projecting.
And you're anticipating what my final question was,
Yeah.
which is in real dollars, order of magnitude, what is the difference projected to be for 8% versus 15.5 in terms of what ultimately go to the general fund?
Sure. It's about $1 million difference between them. So if you were to do, give or take, I'm rounding within a few $100K. So that's the rough impact.
And then we have heard, and certainly is logical, that we are in the general fund a gas customer, and that we have also increases in our gas cost to our utility, but we haven't heard any numbers in terms of what the gas rate spike has caused in terms of expenses to the general fund. Do we have a rough feel for that? Well, that's a problem, because now we've been hearing about that for some time as a way in that we don't necessarily have a windfall because we're going to have some expense increase, and without any even ballpark as to whether these are equivalent revenue and expense changes, or whether the revenue change at the 18% with the gas spike is significantly higher than the expense increase from that same gas hike.
We're looking that number up right now.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, that was mostly kind of my area that I was interested in. Kylie, you're the 1 million you did for fiscal year 24. Okay. And process question, we revisit now Measure L every year to determine what the percentage is.
So thank you, City Attorney Molly Stump. You don't revisit the measure, but you make decisions about how to implement it that fiscal year through the budget and the rating process each year.
Yeah, that wasn't clear. That's what I meant, was to make the decision on a yearly basis of the percentage we transfer.
Right. So the staff is showing you some projections, but the council is not making a decision now on FY25 and 26.
Okay.
You're just looking at this modeling, and you will see these numbers again next year. If you're not serving as committee, it will be others, but you'll see them at the full council.
And Kylie, what is it? We're projected. I believe we entered deficits in 2025. Do we in 2024? Is that?
We do. So a couple things. One, when we do plans, so these are financial plans similar to a capital improvement plan where we go multi-years, we use whatever the approved plan is to help us develop next year's budget. So we would use the, let's say 11.1% in our planning as we begin to plan for FY 2025. But of course, as city manager or city attorney Stump said, we would revisit that percentage as part of all of these normal budget process and rate setting cycles. So that's one piece of this. Now, in terms of the deficits that the council is facing, in the mid budget, the council approved some increases in resources, and based on the conservative revenue estimates that are in there, acknowledging the many unknown or unforeseen areas, the council is facing, or rather the projections reflected about a $3.3 million gap in 2024. It grew to 8 and change in 2025 and back to 6 million in 2026. And those figures that council reviewed as part of mid-year, again, estimates, we're actually, as we're speaking, working on refining all of these as we bring forward the proposed budget. The council did set aside, remember, as part of that process, 14 million to deal with those forecasted deficits. So there's one-time fund to help us continue to bridge this uncertain period. But from a long-range standpoint, there are those.
But am I recalling correctly that those projections did not include the Measure K revenue?
The long range did not. When we matriculated everything together, because the council had asked what the numbers would be with Measure K, we did add in just the eligible components of Measure K. So those figures.
So in those numbers you just cited that as Measure K.
Correct.
Okay.
So fiscal year 24, we had 3 million plus, and the projection includes an 18% transfer.
Correct.
Okay, thanks.
When you cited the 1 million difference, that's based on the FY 24 transfer.
Yes, tonight we were pulling all of the figures together. I looked at what was in long range versus what the 15 would be here. So that would be about $1 million difference.
But based in the FY 25 and 6, which would be transfers based upon higher gas revenue, does that 1 million grow?
No, we had a CPI on it in the long range. So we did the 2024 based on that 18% calculation, and then just a CPI growth
But
in 25, 26.
if, for instance, if we look at this bar where FY 25 is in the blue bar is not a CPI based, it's this spike.
Correct. But again, when we did the long range, we didn't have this information. So that spike is due to the December and January increases.
I get it, but
so that wasn't in long range.
But my question is, based upon what we now have in terms of those gas costs, the difference from the 18%, wouldn't we have a greater windfall in those years than what was in the long-term forecast? Because the gross and the transfer would go up beyond what we had projected with a CPI increase.
I'm not quite sure I'm following.
So we projected a certain increase in the gas transfer based upon a CPI increase.
In
Correct.
25 and 26 after FY 24 is the base.
Okay, but 24, that's a 24 transfer, correct? Not the 24 gas costs.
Correct.
Correct,
It was an
okay.
estimate at the time.
So when we have this year with, we have a big spike increase in gas costs this year. And even though it's going to moderate next year, it's still higher commodity costs than we had had for a decade. That would drive up the gross revenue in the gas and therefore drive up the amount that we would transfer to the general fund above a CPI increase. It would reflect this big spike. Isn't that right?
2 years later, it would.
That's
Correct.
what we're asking. So when is that going to show up? Is that going to show up in 2025 when we're projecting an $8 million gap? Or 2026? When we have a $6 million gap, at some point, the gap should be lessened. The gap should be reduced by this big spike that we've had.
It depends on if council chooses to.
But if we don't, what we've been asking is, what would be if we stayed with the 18%?
Mhm.
Wouldn't that result in a higher transfer to general fund than we were anticipating. And that goes into our thinking on the 15.5%, because the 15.5 still
Oh, I
gives
think I
us,
see what you're saying. So you're saying, so, okay, so let's take 2024 off the table. I think what I'm hearing is the question is 2025.
well, I'm going to revisit 2024, but,
Sure.
but for the,
But for this kind of line of questioning, absolutely. I think what I'm hearing you say is if the council were to in FY 2025 follow the blue line on this table for FY 2025 as the transfer, what would the impact be to the FY 2025 $8 million deficit? Okay, so I think it's 4 million to the positive. The forecast in FY 2025 has about an 8 and change transfer. Looking at this line, it pulls up to 12 and change. So my guess would be in the ballpark range of if we were to follow the 18% in 2025, based on we now know activity from 2 years today, that would solve about 4.
and that solving of 4 in a way is a windfall from the spike in the gas rates. And this is an issue that is of real concern, I think, to myself and my colleagues in the community, is that yes, it would help our general fund projected deficit. And I think we all need to remind ourselves that we had originally for FY23 had thought that we would actually have a deficit, and we had a very large surplus. We don't expect that we're going to have anything close to that in FY24 or 25. Nevertheless, we project conservatively. So we were very conservative in FY23, and going forward, we're conservative. But whether we frame this as, well, based upon a conservative revenue projection and conservatively high expenses, because we don't fill all positions typically, and we don't also typically have all the expenses that we project. And that's how we do additional transfers to the infrastructure fund and to our unfunded pension liability. Those are discretionary, hope for transfers. They're important, but they are not built into the budget. So I just want to say that when we say we've got this projected deficit, we don't freak out, because we more often than not don't have that become the actuality at the end of the year. And the question for us is, do we say, oh, we really need that additional $4 million windfall from this gas spike, that at the 18% would be a windfall to general fund? Do we need that so badly that we're going to continue to transfer at that rate? Versus say, no, in this circumstance, we're more focused on having the dollar amount that we transfer to the general fund be in our projected range, but embracing the lower percentage transfer. So in essence, we're not having a general fund windfall as a result of the hardship that our ratepayers had in this big spike period. That's the essence for me.
So I'd just like to make it clear, staff did not project the significant increase that you're describing. You're correct that if we were to follow the 18% of Measure L, that yes, that would significantly impact the transfer to the general fund. But just for the public's awareness, that is not what is currently projected in our financial plans, acknowledging that this was an item that we want to discuss with the council proactively. So just want to make sure that that's crystal clear.
Yeah, it's not in the projected financial plan, but if we adopt the 18% rate, we should adjust that financial plan accordingly, because we see what we'd be anticipating as a higher transfer. So whether you include it or not isn't really the issue in my mind. It's what would we be moving toward if we don't adjust that 18%. And it would be including that what I'll call a windfall from that gas spike. Let me ask a couple other questions. One, John, on that early page, you had broken down on slide 2, where you had commodity and transmission as two gas supply components. And just in terms of our nomenclature, when we last year were talking in the SCAP context about wanting to project the rate impacts of if we have to, say, double our electricity supply in the coming decade through electrification, and we're able to buy power purchase agreements at significantly lower rates than the average of our portfolio on those costs. I had referred to the power purchase agreement pricing as the commodity, and I thought you had corrected me and said, no, how we define commodity, the combination of that and the PG&E transmission cost. But here we break it commodity and transmission separately, and we call commodity as the direct commodity purchase price, which is the way I had always understood. Or did I misunderstand that previously, or are we using a different nomenclature and breakdown under gas than how we do in electricity?
Yeah, I think
what?
we're using a different nomenclature for gas and electric, which I understand is confusing. This, though, reflects is a direct match to what people see on their bills. So I'm sticking with that. I'll also say that gas is a much simpler utility than electric. What's included in transmission is much more complicated for electric than it is for gas.
Okay, well, that clarifies for me. I would suggest that we really look at how we define things under electric, because commodity is normally not the purchase price plus the transmission in most arenas. You buy a commodity and then you have to ship it on a truck or whatever. You have the transportation cost is a different thing from what you paid for the commodity. So I think in electricity, it will help us if we break it down similarly to how we hear, whether it's broken down on the bill or not. It's really the right way to think about it when if we look at, and frankly, in that context, this is a really important thing going forward, is trying to understand what will be the impact on electric rates if the commodity we buy goes, we double how much we purchase and we buy it at a lower rate, but the transmission cost goes up. How do those things fit together?
And I just want to clarify that we're projecting, and this was sent to the UAC back in December, a 30 to 40% increase in electric load from achieving SCAP goals, not a doubling. So that's something that we can talk about also.
I look forward to that, and I'm glad to hear that. That's different from projection we were originally given. It certainly affects what we need in terms of grid upgrade. And it goes partly, and we may see other changes as we look at distributed generation storage and higher efficiency appliances. Those are all dynamics that are out there.
We might want to dig into a little bit more, because what I'm talking about is the 30 to 40% increase in energy demand, which is what goes to the commodity comment that you were making, but the grid, the peak demand, the impact on the grid is different. That is a doubling.
Maybe we'll have that debate.
Well, no, and I'm not a debate actually, because it's a doubling until you start working in the factors that you're talking about.
It's a doubling if we don't do things to make it not double.
Right, and that's something to talk about at the SCAP committee. But I just wanted to get that in there so we understood that difference between the residential demand impacts versus the overall impacts to the energy demand for the city as a whole.
That's a much more complicated discussion.
Yeah,
we'll look forward to this.
Okay.
I
also have you were looking for the impact on the
city's, thank you.
Gas costs. I have a rough estimate because we're not through FY23 yet, but we could maybe back of the envelope project $1.2 million in total costs versus 800,000 before. That's not all general fund costs. I don't have the estimate just for the general fund, but the plant is a significant
that's about a 400,000 increase.
Yeah, so maybe a 50% increase on total gas costs. We'd have to look and see what proportion of that hits the general fund. So I think it's much smaller.
Thank you.
Than
Okay.
1.2 million.
And then a few other questions. The sales drop that we saw in gas during the pandemic, was that primarily due to commercial vacancies?
Yes.
And low use? Okay. And can you share with us the projections on the gas commodity costs. So when we look at this going forward, how it's going to impact ratepayers, we had a decade or a little more than that, maybe a dozen years of drastically lower gas commodity that had been historic, really due to the fracking boom. And now we have disruptions that are going on globally, primarily. Probably the biggest factor, and it wasn't explicitly referenced in the report, is the ripple effects from Ukraine. And they translate differently globally in Europe, in the US, and in the Western market and in our market. And so I appreciate that there's a lot of both complexity to that and fluidity, including even projections that were occurring a year ago have changed even since the first month after the Ukraine impact. And so having a crystal ball on where we're going to be, nobody really has that. And so all we have is best estimates. Having put that caveat out there, what are we assuming and on what basis the future gas costs, and how conservative are we being? Conservatively high in our projections or not, or what?
So I have a couple of charts I can show. So this chart here shows the supply and distribution costs in FY 2019, FY 24, and FY 2028. You can see the significant increase in overall gas supply costs. I can also show you, I believe it's like.
I looked at that and I was really curious how much that's transmission versus supply.
Yeah, well, so what I can share with you is that they're actually built into, so what we use for commodity, and I use that in the gas sense, is is long-term quotes from both marketers and the Intercontinental Exchange trading platform. So we use a variety of sources to create our forecast, and the commodity itself is actually showing gradual declines over time, but transmission costs are increasing. Some of that has to do with declining gas volumes going through PG&E's transmission system as we move more towards renewable energy. Some of it has to do with investments PG&E is making in a transmission system. And then we have, by design, cap and trade environmental charges are increasing. That at minimum is supposed to increase 7% per year, but it's been increasing by more than that as the supply of allowances and cap and trade program starts to it starts to shrink to levels, they're lower than the amount of carbon that emitters have to buy allowances to cover. And then cost of offsets, I don't think is anticipated to increase really significantly over time. It's also a much smaller part. So it really is those transmission and environmental charge increases that are offsetting gradual commodity declines in our forecast, which is, of course, all uncertain.
And this spike that we had, we know that it was really most of all in the recent months, it was a Western state spike. Last year, it was an incredible European spike. And they anticipated that it would remain really bad, and it's better in Europe than they projected. That's part of this whole really dynamic period that we're in the midst of. But I want to go back to why we had to pass on such a big spike to our customers. And that's because, I don't know, was it a dozen years ago that we eliminated our laddering, basically our long-term contracts? And just so my colleagues know, we used to buy a series of different period long-term contracts to level out the pricing. And what happened was about 2010, John, do you recall when we dropped off the laddering?
I'll turn to Assistant Director Carla Daly.
Okay.
I believe it's 2014.
14, that recent. Okay. Sooner than I had thought. And maybe that's in part because is that when the laddering petered out versus when we made the decision to stop buying new laddering contracts?
So we made the decision to stop buying contracts.
So at the time, we had gone from historically being really about on parity with PG&E gas prices. I can remember a little above or a little below, but then as the commodity costs went down over several years and continued at a record low cost, we were buying long-term contracts and locking ourselves into a higher rate as the commodity had been declining. And that caused us to reconsider whether that was a right approach. Some of my colleagues said, oh no, we should definitely get away from all the laddering. Look what has happened in recent years. I made the argument, yes, that works right up until prices go up, and then wish you had laddered. And I proposed at the time that we look at a hybrid approach of some percentage of our purchases be market-based and fluctuating day to day, essentially, and others be laddered, and we have a hybrid approach. That didn't prevail. I think that's—
It was actually 2012, by the way. I made a mistake.
Thank you. Time flies, but I thought it not that much. And I think this is something that we need to reconsider. It doesn't mean that we will make the change, but I think what we've gone through in recent months is at time it was a great strategy until it wasn't. I hear this from people who, whether they invest in gold or Bitcoin or whatever, and it basically say, oh, well, this pattern is going to continue indefinitely, but they don't. And they're ultimately corrections. And so it's a question of whether our ratepayers value lowest possible rate in any given month or year versus rate stability. And at the present moment, they'd say rate stability. If gas prices were going down, they might say the opposite. But this is an important decision that I think we, as a council and as a utilities commission, as staff, I think we need to revisit it. And I don't know what that outcome will be, but I think we should just stay locked into what we've done. We've just gone through a period where it became pretty apparent. If we had laddered, we wouldn't have gone through these fluctuations, but we would have paid a bit higher over the last years if we were still laddering. And those are the trade-offs. And I think we just have to discuss it and see what we want to do. And not tonight, but I'd like to get that back agendized.
Absolutely. And we're already starting to think about it as staff, and are putting our heads together and coming up with a schedule for coming to the UAC and to the Finance Committee, to the council, with some alternatives for the council to consider.
Okay. And then, John, you alluded to an interesting thing when you were just talking about transmission costs, and saying that in part because of lower commodity consumption through the PG&E system, that the costs per therm would go up because you have, just like on the water, the same infrastructure that you have to spread over less commodity. Were you saying that that's already starting to happen, or that's in their forward projections? And I'm very interested.
That's been happening. They've also had to make a lot of investments, after the San Bruno event. But that the gas plant has been retiring. Much less gas is being used in electricity generation now. So it is starting to.
Oh, that's a good point. So is driven to date mostly because we're having fewer gas-powered plants?
Yeah, it's about electricity generation. That's what that's what pays the bills for a lot of transmission systems,
as opposed to our building consumption.
Correct. Yeah, no, the decrease in building consumption, I don't think is anywhere near as much a factor there.
Although I don't know if they're providing any projections on how that will pan out.
So I think that the CDUCs recognize the need for long-term planning for the gas utilities around electrification, and they've started proceedings on that. I'm not able to follow those as closely as I'd like, but they are making those plans.
So my last question and issue, I think, for us is that I hadn't appreciated that there on the measure L, the gas transfer, there's essentially a 2-year lag between a year in which we generate the revenue and the general fund transfer. So first, can staff explain why that lag occurs? I had assumed it was a more immediate transfer. And then second, I'm just going to want to go into the question of, based on that existing system that has that 2-year lag, staff has got everything based upon, well, the ratepayers will see this impact or not from the transfer. If we modified this, that would be a lag period before the ratepayers would actually experience the impact of, say, going to a 15% or something like that. But in reality, we as a council and as the ratepayers, they're saying, well, wait a minute, we've got this year a spike and transferring funds this year. Why am I not seeing that mitigation this year? And I want to understand what would be the implications if we say, well, we want to have the reduced transfer begin to happen sooner than what has been our historic practice of calculating it based on 2 years lagging. And is there some way to reconcile what we would like to be doing with what has been this established practice of this lag period? So what drives the lag, and is it malleable?
So the lag is new and it was built into Measure L to ease the administration. Right, and to make it more predictable. It also, it not only makes it more predictable, it also makes it more controllable. If you have a real-time transfer, then as prices were spiking in FY23, that windfall that you see in FY25 would have been happening in real time with no opportunity for the council to make choices. A 1-year lag is complicated to administer, and I think has a similar issue because right now, for example, we don't know what the gross gas utility revenues will be for FY23. So if we use FY23 to set FY24 and prices spike in the last few months of the year, which they can do, then we're going to come back mid-year with a correction. It makes it a little bit administratively more complicated. So we didn't like 1 year because it kind of had the worst of both worlds. So those are the trade-offs that we weighed.
So if we're struggling with, we wanted to reduce the impact on our ratepayers that had gone through a big spike in gas costs, and we were, I think, as a council, thinking that we could do that in some way this year. We in theory, I would think, could say, all right, we may not know exactly what our transfer is going to be because we have to, at a minimum, we have to see the end of the year gross from the gas commodity. But we could make a decision to modify that transfer more immediately under an anticipation of future revenue. Is that correct?
Is this under a scenario where one we're using if you're one we're using a 1-year lag, or is this under a 2-year lag scenario?
I don't know if we can exactly frame it that way. It's really anticipating that we're going to have a windfall, and we want if we're going to avoid, without action, we would have a windfall. And if we wanted to take action sooner to mitigate the costs on our ratepayers in the present, could we do that, and how would we do that?
I think that's what this discussion is about, is how much are you, what percent are you going to recommend to the council to transfer for FY 2024? If what you're asking is about FY 25 and 26, I think that what we're trying to do is set the transfer year by year, and so you'd have that opportunity when setting the budget next year and setting the rates next year.
Yeah, good, because I kind of had as a penciled in of, let's not attempt to figure out what we're going to transfer 26. And then it's a question of, do we go even lower we're showing in 25 a projected 11% transfer. What if we did 11% this year? What would be the impact of that?
We'd have to calculate that.
And I think Kylie's what she offered earlier in terms of our preliminary FY24 budget projection. It helps inform that we're not projecting a surplus. We're projecting at this point in time a modest deficit for FY24. We haven't seen those numbers yet, but that was helpful, what you just offered there. Or that was in the long term, long range. Okay.
Those figures I quoted were what were presented to the full council as the ongoing impacts of the mid-year budget.
Got it.
In February. So those are public figures.
Got it.
So 11% in FY24 is about $5.5 million which is about 1.7 or $1.8 million less than the FY2022 transfer.
Thank you. And Julie, were you? Yeah, sorry.
Of course. I think I have 4 questions. Help me understand, this is drilling down a tiny bit more into the question I started out with. So on the gas utility side, if we only pass through 15.5% to the general fund, where does the extra 2.5 in savings go? And at some point, if we underutilize those monies, they are increasing and increasing and increasing, are going to hit some kind of maximum in the gas reserve fund somewhere, or is there not that concern?
They're just not collected. We just don't collect that money.
I see. Okay.
And
I see. I get it. I got it. Okay.
Yeah.
In the last presentation 2 weeks ago, we said that we showed on a chart, I think, that our rates had spiked, but for some reason PG&E's hadn't. Do we have any more visibility into why PG&E didn't seem to have the impact we did?
Not yet. I just heard that. So FERC, the Federal Electric Regulatory Commission, I think, is only considering starting an investigation right now. The California Public Utilities Commission officially started their investigation. They're anticipating it's going to take 3 years. These investigations of these situations tend to take a long time. The last issues from the energy crisis in 2001, I think, were sorted out in 2014 or 2015, from what I remember.
Okay. Taking a much longer term view now, just thinking about all of the capital improvement costs that come along with running a utility, knowing that we're at some point going to need to replace. We are replacing gas mains, and yet at some point we're going to phase out the use of natural gas. Can you say more about something that was on the Pacc page 12, the efficient phasing plan for electrification and the scaling back of the gas infrastructure? It was stated as like, yes, this is an enormous thing and we are working on it. And I'm just wondering if you could give us a sense even of how you're going about that analysis of phasing something out, but still the obligation to make it work for those who are using it.
Sure. So some of it depends on, so let me just start by saying what study we're going to do and what time it's going to take. So we're looking at I think have money in the budget, in the FY24 budget, for a gas transition planning study, which we think will probably take until early next year to get in place. And that will be a fairly detailed study, because there are some technical limitations on which gas mains can pull out, what order different gas mains need to be pulled out in. And so this will definitely address that. There's also a financial dimension to this. How do you avoid rates skyrocketing?
Right.
And that's really so we did a preliminary analysis on that a couple of years back and forward to you. We delivered to the UAC, and what we found there was that it really depends on the strategy that you use. If you try to maintain a residential gas system that is pretty much only serving cooking, for example, which is about 10% of residential gas load, your rates can start to skyrocket. And you'd have to really look at how you'd allocate those costs. But if instead residents were to electrify homes and actually retire those parts of the gas system becomes denser and more efficient. I think this is where you were headed.
Yes.
And you can actually run that drip down system, even with a large decrease in multifamily and commercial gas usage, at similar rate to what we were projecting for 2030 back when we did the analysis. Now, there's a very rough and preliminary analysis, and we'd like to refine that and develop some clearer strategies. And I think also really refine costs, because I think the costs that we'd assumed that early study were probably on the low side, the cost of retiring the gas system. But I think there's very clearly going to be a need for something, some other source of funding, whether it's transfers from the electric utility, which has their own issues, or some form of tax funding, because you can't really debt finance this retirement because there's going to be no gas ratepayers down the long term to pay for it. So
Okay.
that's what we got to figure out this year.
Thank you. That's all.
Thank you.
Just one follow up to that, because we haven't really had this discussion on that. I know a couple of years ago there was that preliminary report, but are we assuming that we have to remove all of the inactive gas lines that once they become inactive?
I'll ask Assistant Director Zuka to correct me if I'm wrong, but we would abandon those in place.
Okay. Where did you have anything else?
No, my question.
Okay. So kind of moving back to, I guess it's slide 16 of us doing kind of a straw poll on recommendations. And I think we'll probably be flipping back and forth between that and slide 13, where we really are looking at the transfers. So on slide 16, maybe we can pull that one back up. The third bullet has to do with how much transfer we do in FY23. And then the fourth bullet is the transfer for FY24. So FY23 is the transfer based upon the FY21 fiscal year. So is that 2-year lag? And yeah. So this is for the FY23 fiscal year. And this is a year that we've had a really large surplus, except really it's not, for the most part, funds that are going sitting in a cash account. We have policy that when we have surplus at the end of the year, it is divided between the infrastructure and the unfunded pension liability. And one of the things that I think we need to be more emphatic to really in our communications is that we have a deficit in our infrastructure investment. We have great infrastructure that wasn't even part of the infrastructure master plan, which runs the range from our municipal services center that 20 years ago was talked about as needing a rebuild. It passed its useful life, and it's 20 years later. We have cover, we have grade separations, we have flood control. Some of those things may have other revenue sources, but we have very significant infrastructure investments that we don't have funding for. And that does include just our ongoing less size projects that are makeup of the infrastructure plan in transportation in various areas. So it is a way that and the same thing on the unfunded pension liability, where we have, criticism from one of our local papers, but on a surplus, but also alternately, when the numbers come out on our unfunded pension liability, criticism on why we aren't paying down the unfunded pension liability. But we have been doing a very good job of explaining that. And that's one of the things that I think we really need to do to the public most of all. Nevertheless, this last year, we had revenues exceeding projected expenses by a lot. We put a good portion of that into restoring services that had been cut, that the community badly wanted restored, in public safety and community services of different sorts. And then we had the a gap that we were projecting where we restored services in public safety, and we needed we took some of our mid-year projected surplus and said we're going to use that for 2 years until we get the Measure K dollars to restore public safety services now, and then use that so-called surplus dollars to bridge us until we would have Measure K revenue. And so we're not sitting on that totality of money, but we are going to see more end of the year surplus that could go into, traditionally it would go into the infrastructure fund and the unfunded pension liability. Some portion of that, if we chose, we could choose at this year under this third bullet to not transfer 18% of gas, but something less than that. Maybe it's the same 15.5 that we're looking for the coming years. And then have our ratepayers that could go toward reducing the impact of this big spike of from the gas costs and frankly the electric hydro costs that they're experiencing right now. And so that's something that I want to put out there for consideration.
So Chair, might I just remind the committee that the council actually provided the direction to staff to come back to the full council with a gas rebate program from those surplus funds. So on the council's agenda on March 27th is a 20% 20% rebate proposal that would be funded entirely from the general fund and would take down, I think the current estimate was 1.8 million. For that 20%. In addition, the council asked us to come back to this finance committee to explore an electric rebate also from general fund surplus funds. Remember, we were in the 4 to 6 million surplus range, and that is on your agenda this evening as part of the electric discussion. I just want to pull all these.
So it's interesting that we're looking at having a rebate from the general fund rather than out of the enterprise fund itself and leaving the dollars in the enterprise fund. So if we transferred fewer dollars from the gas transfer and use those to rebate customers versus if we use general fund dollars, I don't quite understand why we're necessarily thinking that whatever rebate we have for the customers comes from the general fund rather than reducing transfer over to the general fund and then take those dollars and give them back.
I think I will say, if you do it that way, then the funds that are being provided back to the customers would be ratepayer funds. And with that comes certain restrictions. I don't know what it would do. I haven't thought through what it would do in terms of how we calculated the rebates. And if the fact that it was ratepayer money, I'm not sure.
I think the two ways that the chair described it, I'm thinking off the top of my head, so reserve the right to revise because this is a complicated area and there are a lot of legal restrictions. I think the way you characterize it both ways are options. What is not an option is to directly use the enterprise funds to do rebates that don't stretch across all of the rate classes, right? Because that changes the balance of the costs in ways that are not aligned with our studies. So could you go ahead and make what has been authorized by the voters as a general fund transfer through Measure L and then use those funds to fund rebates? I think that could be done lawfully. Maybe it's messaging a little confusing, but I think what's being proposed is just to do it as a general fund matter. Rebates and then make your Measure L gas general fund transfer at whatever level you feel is appropriate as a policy matter.
An important distinction of that Attorney Stump just noted is the restrictions associated with rate funds and all ratepayers. And remember, the direction from the council was to only look at rebate programs for residential customers.
So we have the latitude to target those rebates when we're doing it with general fund dollars, and we don't have such latitude if we're doing it with enterprise fund, gas fund dollars.
Correct.
Okay.
like we do if we would include the whole entire class in the gas.
Right, but we wouldn't be able to do it in
Split
the
it.
way the council was focusing on residential.
Exactly.
Got it. Okay, thank you. So in a way that addresses bullet number, well, now actually we have them under A, B, and C. That's better yet. Under C, and then we are looking at what we tentatively think we would like to propose under D, which is based upon slide number 13 options, right?
That's right.
Colleagues, what are your thoughts?
I have a question on item C. If 18% of the gas utility gross revenues is transferred to the general fund in fiscal 2023, when are customers billed for that?
Yeah, it would be built into their rates and the transfer is done behind the scenes. So they're not directly for the transfer. But the amount that we build into the rate to collect to transfer to the general fund would be different.
They, okay, so let me try. The reason why this is hard, council member, is that 2023 is transition year. So
Okay.
you actually
Okay.
have a period of the year that the transfer is under one methodology.
Yes.
And a period of the year post Measure
Right,
L
right.
that would be a different methodology.
And the year is almost over.
It
We have a
is.
quarter left.
We do. When staff developed with Council Measure L, the intention behind it was to maintain the current practice. And so the calculation that staff came up with at 18% for Measure L was based on the current practice. A different calculation, but from a numeric dollar value perspective was the same. And so in FY 2023, how the rates were forecasted by the utilities team, as well as planned in both the utilities and general fund budgets, are all consistent,
Okay.
basically.
So if we
Um,
don't recommend the approval of item C, we are really messing with a system that is very much already in place.
Correct.
Okay. I thought that was the case, but I just wanted to clarify.
You are
Okay.
spot on.
So I think based on what we've heard, are we straw polling right now? Sort of, okay, I'm looking at D, transferring up to 15.5% is something that excites me. I do realize we're also giving a rebate. We're planning to look at a rebate out of the general fund. So in that sense, our ratepayers are already receiving some kind of relief, but I like numbers in alternative too.
Greer?
Just a little uncertain. What does that mean bottom line for ratepayers if we were to do that?
Which one? 24,
Sorry, the
22?
15, that for D, the 15.5% compared to the 18%.
Jonathan, might you put up that slide that has the blue bars with the two rate scenarios? That one, yes. Councilor or Vice Mayor Stone. You can see if you did the 8%, what the proposed rates would be, and if you did the 15.5. And as a reminder, you can make a decision for FY 2024 and revisit 25 and 26, or provide some variations thereof.
Were you trying to understand what the impact on the pocketbook is of these differences? Career,
Yes.
roughly?
So it's a 1% change of the.
We'll need a minute to calculate that.
Okay.
And while you're doing that as a follow-up, so say we're looking at alternative 2, that's based, that includes a projected commodity cost of whatever we think the market is telling us at this point in time. Is that correct?
Those numbers that you see up there exclude the commodity cost. We include the commodity cost only for illustration this year, but this is just distribution rate, distribution components contribution to changes in people's bills. Supply will also make changes to their actual bill change will be different from what. you see
So
out
we
there.
may want to look at labeling this to emphasize that it's distribution-based costs.
Yeah, point taken. Thank you.
And so then separately on the commodity costs, we are projecting lower commodity costs for FY24 than 23, higher than what we had for the previous dozen years or so.
That's right.
And then that's where we go back to what was in the staff report, which I think is part of what Vice Mayor Stone is focused on, is what would be that impact on the ratepayer. And with that decline in the estimated commodity costs for FY24 over 23, you combine alternative 2 plus that, and the combined impact is what again? I think you had that staff report.
With the supply rate included, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, minus 13%.
Yeah. So it'd be 13% lower in projected FY24 than 23, but higher than 22 by a significant amount.
I think I can just ballpark it for you, Vice Mayor Stone, that the change, it would be about 52 cents per month change in the residential median bill. 9% versus 8%.
Say those dollars again.
52 cents per month on median resident bill.
Interesting how low that is.
Wait, that seems okay. Wait, so 52 cents is the difference in the bill for a residential customer, the average
Between alternative 1 and 2.
Okay. And then the impact on our transfer to the general fund is 1 point something million.
It's spread over quite a few customers, and the impact on commercial customers is going to be significantly larger because they use a lot more gas.
Yep. That kind of changes things then, because I was leaning towards 15.5%, but I think with that, I think I might be leaning towards alternative 1.
And I will say it's cumulative, so that the 52 cents per month, the additional 3% in the following year. I mean, obviously you're making the decision for future years, but it does compound. So when you add the additional 3%, then, it starts becoming somewhere like a part of $1, $1.50, $2 per month, and it starts to add up. But, these are relatively small amounts we're talking about still.
What is the additional 3%?
So looking at this slide in FY24, the difference is 1%. In FY25, the difference between 18% and the lower amount is another 3% rate increase on top of the additional 1% from the previous year. So, and then the following year, another 3%. So cumulatively, that ends up being 7 or 8%, rates 7 or 8% higher than under alternative 2. So it builds on itself over time.
Dean, were you want to add something?
Yeah, I was just going to add that also too, is that, there's going to be a proposal of, an increase of service charges on top of that. So if you look at in the report portion in page 8, you look at from 1/1/23 to 24, it's another $2.47. So that if Jonathan's math's right, it's $3, not just the rate increase, but we got to include what that month charge will be. So that's all.
And one of the things that I'm concerned about is, aside from how many dollars impact it actually has on our average resident, is we right now have these big spikes. The greatest disruption in our utility costs since the the crisis that cost the governor a job. And that might be a good political perspective, that these things really do matter to ratepayers, and they may matter in some cases to them more than the direct financial impact. But one of the things that I raised in our last meeting is that we're looking for our residents to support a really important transformation going forward in our whole climate plan and electrification. And if they believe that we're indifferent toward the impacts on them, we're going to undermine their support for that movement in coming years. And that sways me to a great degree on wanting to demonstrate both in real dollars through the general fund rebate and through doing whatever we can during this fallout from this big disruption that really was beyond our control. But they're not looking to blame Putin for this. They're looking to blame us for this. We have to recognize that, because their support for not only what we want to do in what we think is necessary and critical to do in our electrification transformation, but their whole support and faith in us as local government for the breadth of things that we want to do is impacted by whether they think we are concerned the impacts on them from this big spike. And it has a much broader implications than the cost of a Starbucks per month.
And I will add to that, which I very much agree with, that in addition to those things, the disruptive big spike, they've also read about the budget surplus, and they've also read about the lawsuit settlement. And so for somebody who's only sort of paying a cursory level of attention to the city's dollars, it looks as if we're $60 million in the black, in a surplus, and we're charging them more than we air quotes need to on their gas utility rates. It just is hard to narrate to.
That's right. So I think we need to think about this in strategically in terms of what we're going to do to mitigate this big spike that our ratepayers have gone through, and connected with that, their concern that we're looking out for their interests. And do we demonstrate that as much as we can? So that's what sways me toward alternative 2. Greer?
Yeah, I think that's reasonable. I'm concerned down the line when we get into budget and we start looking at things, if this conservative projection is accurate, and we get to that point and we are with a gap of a million plus that these couple of dollars have helped fill, and we're having to make some very difficult service cuts and decisions. I think I would then look back on this decision and go, ugh, a couple of dollars more to be able to prevent some of these mass service cuts. I wouldn't want to have to make that that decision call at that point. So that's my concern.
Yeah, and that kind of goes to this dilemma where we do conservative projections on our really as a government agency across the board. It doesn't mean that reality will never come in worse than our projections just because we were conservative. But institutionally, we make conservative projections, and I don't know, is it 9 times out of 10? Maybe it's 8 out of 10. We come in with a little lower, anywhere from a little to a lot lower expenses, because whether it's capital plans or filling staff positions, we don't expend all the dollars that we budgeted, and that revenues usually come in higher than we projected. But if this recession were to become full-fledged, then we've got good problems. Nevertheless, the support for what the city does by the electorate is vitally important. It was very important toward convincing the electorate that they should support us on Measure K and F. And I, as somebody who was at the center of pushing those measures and the need for them, I'm really concerned with making sure that it's a two-way street, that when we ask our residents for support in those two ways, and they came through, and then we had something that was beyond our control, but very much affected them, that we're going to do everything we can to mitigate the impacts on them. And so that's where I come down on that.
I just want to acknowledge the Vice Mayor's projecting a concern that we may regret this. And I find myself wondering, will we regret that we went with alternative 2 to recoup fewer dollars for gas, or that we gave a rebate for the gas spike, which is projected to be 1.8 million? You know, we're trying our best, I think, right now in this climate to do what's right for the present with an eye toward the future, learning lessons in the past. And we will never have all the information we need. I guess I'm just persuaded by what Councilmember Burt has said about where our elect is in their mindset, in their hearts around what things have been like, and whether they perceive city leadership to really be giving a darn about them in the difficult moment, or whether they feel that we're really turning a blind eye to, you know, what's happening at the level of the pocketbook in the House right now. So I'm inclined to stick with alternative 2.
So we don't need to have our binding decision at this time, although we're one category away from revisiting how we look at these in a package. So why don't we go ahead and park that for the moment and go ahead and go on to the electric.
Chair Burt, did you ask for public comments for the gas item?
Yes, sorry again. Feel free to remind me after the staff report and before we do our discussion too.
Okay, we do have one raised hand from John Kelly. One moment, please. John, if you're there, you can unmute and speak.
Thank you very much, Chair Burt, council members. I've got a couple of comments and perhaps a question or two. The first comment is, or the first question I have is it possible to direct the slides by number? Because I'd like to draw your attention to either slide 14 or 15, make essentially the same point. And if not, I don't want to waste my time. I'll return to direct the slides. Let me
Go
just
ahead, John. We have hard copies in front of us.
Okay, let me just direct it without. Okay, if you look at the way this information is being presented about the bills, I find it uninformative because you're lumping together single family residences and multifamily residences, and you're displaying median rather than mean numbers. So I would strongly encourage you, when you're talking about people's bills, if you want to have meaningful comparisons and provide the public with information by which they can sort of evaluate their own usage and their own bills with relevant data, you need to separate out the single family residences from the multifamily. And I think it'd be preferable to show the mean numbers rather than the median, because I think the median tend to understate actual bills. The second thing implicit in this entire discussion is how much money, if any, you're going to provide in rebates to people to take account of the high rates that we've experienced recently. I would very strongly urge you to do two things. One is provide some money, even a modest amount, to everyone on the residential side. And secondly, concentrate the real rebates on those who need them the most. The means testing, I think, is very important, and it seems to be given less attention than it could be in what I understand to be the staff recommendations. I would strongly suggest that you concentrate most of the rebates on those who are earning less than, say, 120% of AMI. The third thing I'd say is that if you're balancing two issues, one is the depletion of the reserves versus the future rate increases. I think there's not a meaningful difference between a 9% increase versus an 8% increase. And if you really want to do something significant, you need to take a much bigger cut in the Measure L transfers. And lastly, while there was some discussion about this tonight, I think taking the projections out, which I believe are shown on page 10, into 2028 without really thinking through seriously what sunsetting natural gas is going to mean is a mistake. I also think it's a mistake for the city to think that it's going to drive these kinds of decisions when many of them are being driven at a regional level by organizations such as the Bay Area Air Quality Management District. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is Lynn Chiapella.
I just want to give a little perspective from, I live in South Palo Alto, single family with R1 residents. And my bill was astonishingly high, and that's by keeping my house very cold. And I do know one of my neighbors has not had any heat, but a little tiny space heater in her bedroom or just one room of the house that she can close off. And I think that sometimes we forget who our residents are. It's a really big mix. The second thing is, I think there's a perception that we use our enterprises. I don't like to do the word gouge, but it feels like sometimes we're concerned about getting more and more money for our general fund. And a lot of people wonder about, you have a project of $1 million for dinosaurs and you want to build a big gym and all of the things you want to do. And yet I think some of us feel like, and so you raise all our rates so you can get the money for your special things people want. And our projections on the income from some of these projects, like the Junior Museum, are not accurate. And we're doing it again with the dinosaurs, which means we need to be raising rates in order to get more money for our general fund to do more projects that some people wonder are of great benefit to the residents. So I think you have a perception, at least among the people I speak with, that there isn't much fairness in the system, that the small rate payers somehow end up supporting these projects, which they don't even use, and are rather uncomfortable in their own homes. So I think you need to do something to change the perception we have of our enterprises. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is David Cole.
Hello, actually, I wanted to address item number 4, so I'll wait for that. But I do agree with John Kelly's comments about not looking at the end of gas and projecting out so far without taking that into account. Thank you all. Address items on number 4.
Thank you for joining us tonight. Chair, that concludes public comments for this item.
Thank you. So we're going to revisit this item in context of the wrap up of the 4 different utilities after we do our next item, which is recommendation to the council to adopt a resolution approving the fiscal year 2024 electric financial plan and proposed reserve transfers, etc. So, John, you back on the hot seat?
Yep. All right, so turning to the electric. Hold on, why isn't this working? There we go. All right, so this is probably the last one was a complicated one. This one's probably a little bit more complicated in some ways, a little less than others. As Lisa mentioned, we actually have some changes in the rates proposal. Lisa and Dean mentioned we have changes from the rates proposal we shared 2 weeks ago. Since we talked to you a couple weeks ago, we learned that we were expected to receive a $24 million payment from the Bureau of Reclamation for overcharges related to power purchased from the Central Valley project. So we've revised our rate proposal, projecting that to use all 24 million for rate reduction by replenishing reserves. And that's going to allow us to reduce our revenue needs for this year and for future years. And that'll allow us to hold rates down. So we previously, a couple of weeks ago, been projecting no change in rates for FY 2024. It was no net change. There was a decrease in the hydroelectric rate adjuster, but an increase in the base rate. Now we've changed our proposal to an overall rate reduction of 5%, which includes a 21% increase to the base rate and complete elimination of the hydroelectric rate adjuster, which results net in a 5% decrease in FY 2024. The previous proposal really was the best that we could do, given the state of our reserve and the hydro outlook. The supply and distribution operations reserves, which are 2 of our 3 risk management reserves, they were projected to be about $11 million below the minimum guidelines by the end of FY 2023, and still are. They also had an outstanding loan from the electric special of $10 million from the electric special projects reserve to the operations reserve. So that's a total $21 million shortfall in those 2 reserves. The hydro stabilization reserve is empty. Normally we try to refill that reserve during wet years and draw it down during dry years. And we only activate the hydroelectric rate adjuster when the reserve gets below $11 million. It's empty right now. And so what that means is, and our current projections, even though hydro is looking a lot better than our current projections, it's not looking good enough to refill that hydro stabilization reserve all on its own to the $11 million level we would really need. And that means that if we have a dry winter next year, we might end up needing to activate the rate adjuster again, and we'd like to avoid that if possible. Sorry, hold on a moment. So that's where the $24 million settlement comes in. With that settlement, we can repay the loan to the electric special projects reserve. We can restore the operations reserve most of the way to minimum levels, and we can restore $8 million to the hydroelectric stabilization reserve. And we think that's nearly the level that we need to be able to avoid activating the hydro rate adjuster if we have a dry year next year. And I think we're confident enough the cost savings from slightly above average hydro generation this summer will get us the rest of the way to the $11 million we need. So we can do all those things, and we can give a 5% overall rate reduction, and that's how we use the $24 million to achieve those rate reduction goals. You haven't had the opportunity to get background yet on the overall condition of the utility. So this slide shows our system average rates over recent history and what we're proposing going forward. So the red line you see there is the total system average rate. That's the base rate plus the hydroelectric rate adjuster. That's what people experience on their bills. The blue is the change in the base rate. So you can see, first off, that we kept rates flat through the pandemic, even as costs were increasing. And then as energy prices started to rise in 2022, we activated, and as the drought continued, we activated the hydroelectric rate adjuster in April 2022. That 8% increase that you see on the red line. We then increased the base rate 5%, so you can see an increase of the blue line and the red line. And we increased the hydroelectric rate adjuster from 1.3 cents per kilowatt hour to 4.8 cents per kilowatt hour on January 1st, 2023, as the energy prices really spiked. And that's the 19% increase that you see. Now, what we're proposing is a 21% increase in the base rate, elimination of the hydroelectric rate adjuster for a net change of minus 5%. Now, there are several major drivers of this year's rate increases, but the first and most important is that our costs are our revenues are well below our costs. So the chart in the upper right shows our revenues. So that's blue line, and you can see our costs, which is the red bar, and the red bars are significantly higher than the blue line starting in FY 2021. Even as we activate the hydroelectric rate adjuster in FY 2022 and 23. So this gap, this deficit, really ate into our reserves, and it left our operation reserves projected to be as low as they're projected to be at the end of FY23. And significantly worse off than our FY23 financial plans, you can see in the bottom right. The proposed rate changes would increase revenues, but still not sufficiently to recover all costs. So operations reserves we projected to still be below minimum and not recover minimum levels until FY26. But I think with the hydroelectric stabilization reserve replenished and the electric special projects reserve replenished, it's likely a manageable risk, and reserves would still exceed the risk assessment levels. Here we see some of the major drivers are long-term cost increases. Over the last few years, we've had multiple years of drought. If you look at the chart in the upper right-hand corner, our actual hydroelectric generation has been, for the last decade, it's been below long-term averages. In the bottom right, you can see how we're decreasing our projections of long-term average hydro from the historical average that's shown by the dotted blue line to a lower level. And that's the level that we're going to adopt in the FY24 financial forecast going forward, which is more in line with the levels we've seen over the last decade. And that change, in addition to replenishing the hydro stabilization reserve, is expected to greatly decrease the chance of activating the adjuster in the future. Doesn't eliminate it, but decreases chance. And we're also looking at returning to you later this year with some, we're working on some changes to how that rate adjuster is managed as well. This, at this point, unfortunately, with all these rains that we experienced over the last couple of days, a little bit out of date, but the main point I wanted to make here is that most of the rainfall this year has really been in the southern Sierras, where the Hetch Hetchy Reservoir, which supplies our water, and about a third of our hydropower comes from a facility up in Calaveras County. They delivers about a third of our hydropower, but most of our hydropower comes from Northern California, and that's what the chart you're seeing here is. And a lot less rain has fallen. While the southern Sierras are well above average precipitation, when I put this chart up, the precipitation for the year so far was at 51 inches in the northern Sierras. Average for a typical water year is 53 inches. At this point, with these recent rains, they have fallen a little bit more in the northern Sierra, so we're at about 56 inches, a little bit above average. And so, I think we're more and more confident as more rain falls that we're going to get above average hydro, but it is not a banner year that we've seen.
Can I ask for a clarification there, because I really do track those precipitations carefully. You said Northern Sierra, but I think the numbers you're just referred to are in the Shasta Trinity area versus actual Northern Sierra. So Orville and all of that Northern Sierra is not as high of a precipitation as the southern or central, but it's been very abnormally high. But until recently, that whole Shasta area and Trinity feed, that's what was not ahead of normal until just recently. So can you bifurcate that characterization between true normal Northern Sierra? And I'm unclear, and really interested in this, what portion of our hydro comes from Northern Sierra versus essentially Southern Cascades?
Yeah, well, so you can see in this chart in the upper left, that's a map of the watershed we're talking about. And that's the watershed that affects most of our hydropower output. And so what you're seeing up here is a graph of the precipitation that affects most of our hydro output, hydroelectric generation. So it's just distinctions between the Sierras and the Cascades, probably a little bit more detail than I'm able to go into. I'd have to get back to you on that one. But I can tell you that this is the chart that we watch when we're trying to track. We're trying to get a sense of how our hydropower is going to look in the coming year. Does that help?
Yeah, thanks.
Okay, great. But like I said, even in the last few days, things have improved, and hydroelectric is it's an uncertain resource. The other driver here is higher electricity prices. So we do, especially in low hydroelectric areas, end up exposed to market. Energy prices have been rising and are forecasted to stay high. The blue line shows the long-term market prices in our current forecast. Red line shows what was in last year's forecast, and you can see that there's been a really significant increase as well. So factors in, and then in this, there we go. So then in this forecast, we also have $300 million in investments related to grid modernization, as well as a $13 million fiber rebuild built into the forecast. These are intended to be debt financed, so costs are more impactful much later in the forecast. It's not something that really affects the FY24 proposal so much, but the increasing costs do make it hard to delay rate increases without risking more significant increases in the future. This chart shows increases in the system average rate. That 37% increase is a combination of the activation of the hydro rate adjuster, the 5% base rate increase, and the increase in the hydro rate adjuster amount all combined for FY23 and FY24. We're looking at a 5% decrease. And you can see that our costs really increased significantly from FY20 to FY23, and they're not projected to come back down necessarily. We can remove the hydroelectric rate adjuster and we can decrease bills this year, but rates are going to have to needing to increase over the next few years after that. Just for transparency, this slide shows the increases in the base rate. It is a 21% increase in the base rate, but significantly less when you factor in the removal of the hydroelectric stabilization, hydroelectric adjuster. And then this shows our reserves. So the supply operations reserve, again, not all of the costs associated with the energy price spikes in the winter of this year were passed through to customers. So that's impacted our reserves. Reserves are projected to be significantly below minimum and not expected to get back to minimum until F25 under this plan. Similar story for the distribution operations reserve. There we go. And here's a staff recommendation. I won't read the whole thing. It goes across 2 slides. There's just a lot of detail in the transfers that need to be made. I will say that in your staff report, with most of these utilities, you have whole financial plan and rate sheets and so on that match what we're proposing to you. Because of the short turnaround on this, we didn't have a chance to update all that financial plan and the rate sheets and all that other material. So we will update those documents to reflect whatever you recommend to council tonight when we take to council. So I'll stop there.
Thank you. Colleagues? Oh, yeah, we can go ahead and go to public comment this time. Thanks.
Okay, we do have one raised hand from Andy. I'm sorry, make that 2. Andy, if you're there, you can unmute yourself and speak.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Hi, I'm Andy Poggio, long-term Palo Alto resident. So there's been a lot of talk tonight about the $24 million windfall, which obviously is a rare event and very welcome. And talk about some ways to use it: replenish reserves, reduce utility rates for ratepayers, of which I'm one. Those are good things to do, but in the end, especially the rate reduction for ratepayers is discretionary. Replenishing reserves is somewhat discretionary, but there's another use that's absolutely mandatory, and that's the city electrification that's already also been discussed. We've got to do this to reduce climate impact. We know things are coming that are going to substantially increase the load: the heat pump furnaces, E-cars are already here. They're not just coming, they're already here. Heat pump, hot water heaters, induction stoves. These things are gonna tax the grid. We know that. We've heard some numbers, maybe 30%, maybe 4%, but substantial, not something trivial, and not discretionary. This is mandatory. So we've got to upgrade grid. Sooner is better so that we can accommodate these changes that we'd like to see made. And it'd be better to use our unexpected and rare windfall primarily for this purpose and avoid having to do financing with increased interest costs to upgrade the grid at some future time. So as a ratepayer, I would much prefer to move ahead with electrification sooner and pay the higher rates. I think that's the right trade-off for the city. And so I highly recommend don't reduce the rates, put the money aside and use it for electrification and do it sooner rather than later. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is David Cole. David, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, go ahead and speak. David, you're still there? I do see your microphone is still muted.
Hello. Can you
Okay,
hear me?
we can hear you. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for this opportunity to speak. David Cole with Carbon Free Palo Alto. I agree with the previous speaker in that these funds, this 24 million, should not be used for a temporary rate reduction. Palo Alto should pay the true cost of utilities and not do a one-time rate reduction when we have more pressing issues such as climate change and upgrading our grid in preparation for electrification. All the reports from the IPCC always are showing that climate change is happening faster than we previously thought. So even though Palo Alto's goals seem aggressive, they're not matching reality. And in fact, everybody's going to have to step up to that pace. So it is, and as a ratepayer, I would much rather these funds go toward electrification, which I want to do for my home, than a temporary rate reduction. Perhaps leaving the hydro adjuster in place would help with the rates and the payback of funds, but please use this windfall to address grid upgrade and electrification. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your comments. Chair, that concludes the comments for this item.
Great, thank you. Colleagues would like to go first. Julie, you have anything? Okay.
I do wonder if staff can just kind of follow up on those two suggestions by the speakers as far as, is that a better, more prudent use of these funds or limitations on these funds? I imagine there must be, so if you could address those.
I think the most important point that the limiting factor on grid modernization is not money right now. We're going to have to debt service most of these costs over 30 years, no matter what. So the true cost of electricity going forward is reflected in this rate plan. It includes rate increases over the following years to pay for increasing amounts of debt service over that period, and devoting $24 million to offset a small portion of those costs. And avoid issuing debt for them is not going to make a significant difference in the rates long term. What it will do, though, if by holding our reserves as low as they have been, it will increase risks that we end up needing to have more sudden changes in rates going forward as some major uncertainties in the Western electricity markets and the impacts of climate change on our hydroelectric resources end up becoming more acutely felt.
Okay, I have a few questions and comments. So one on the e-hydro, you answered several of my questions on that we're projecting a slightly above average hydro production of this year.
I would say that our projections are very uncertain right now. I think we can be confident we're going to be getting slightly above average. We could see more rainfall than we expect in the next month or so. We could see, we're going to see all.
But that's what we're
that's where
projecting.
we're projecting right now. Yeah.
And then you mentioned that slightly above average is not adequate to replenish our hydro reserve. And what I wasn't clear on is what is that mechanism in no time? So say we didn't have this lawsuit settlement, and say we were needing to use hydro revenue to replenish hydro reserve. Is it that in a real wet year we get enough to replenish a whole bunch? I've never really followed that.
So we set rates based on average hydro for the most part. In near years, we have some more certainty that we incorporate into our forecasts. And the hydroelectric stabilization reserve and the rate adjuster in combination are meant to manage the variability in hydroelectric. And I think we've started to recognize two things. So first off, we actually, we actually have kind of a short history as an organization managing hydro variability. We've only been managing our own hydro variability since 2004. That's about the length of 3 drought cycles. And what we're recognizing is that long-term, especially with climate change, California is really a state where you'll have really significant precipitation followed by several years of drought. And the mechanism that we have right now is really predicated on getting, some high years, some low years, and they balance each other out. And I think what we're recognizing is that we need to be predicting a lower average and spreading that revenue that we get in those one-off years over more years than we have been in the past. So those are some of the changes we're going to be looking at.
And I would add one other, which is that a lot of folks kind of assume that because if the climate is heating, that we'll get less precipitation. That's probably not the case because we get greater oceanic evaporation. But it means that we will have less snowpack because it will be higher. And so we'll get that higher precipitation in big doses as opposed to it feeding out as the snowpack evaporates. And therefore, we're going to have more circumstances where the same reservoirs that we rely on for hydro have to manage that water flow and let it out for flood control. You take Orville Dam and, they're already releasing water rapidly.
A way to describe this is that we've traditionally had two sets of reservoirs, the reservoirs we built and the reservoirs that are in the mountains in the snow. And we are able to stretch the water that we get in the winter much longer by holding the stuff that falls as rain in the reservoirs and letting it out slowly. And then the snow starts to melt and we start getting out later in the summer. We're able to hold some of that in the reservoirs and we have sort of a double reservoir there. But if the snow starts to melt earlier, less the rain falls in snow, we have our storage capacity, which ends up significantly decreasing our hydro generation. There are also environmental issues as well, because when you have fewer and fewer of these cold flows, then you have to keep more water flowing to help fish, and that can reduce the amount that's available for hydroelectric. And then all that also gets piled into some a few short months. The prices get depressed during that time, so surpluses are worth more. So all those things need to be factored in when we're developing our management plans going into the future.
Thanks. And you made the point too, but I think it's important that we drive it home that our electric costs this last winter were not only because we were producing less hydroelectric power, but having to pay the same fixed costs, basically, producing a lot less, but also because everybody was producing less hydropower. They were having to turn on gas plants. And that was one of the contributing factors to why gas went up so much. The gas we use in our home, we were competing with needing to run more gas power plants for electricity. And that was kind of a vicious cycle because then that drove up the gas that much more. So that all has been going on. And I think it's in these reports, but it goes back to part of what we need to explain to our residents in clear, simple language. And so as we bring this to the council, you have really two audiences, the council and informing them so they can make as good decisions as possible, but the public as well. And the public's not going to read the 200 pages of reports that we hopefully do. And so I really encourage us to have some of this communication first to give an easy to digest summary, even for the council members who aren't going through it in this depth, but also for the public as well. And so let's think about how to present this in a way that reiterates these things, and to remember that explaining it once doesn't reach everybody. And so we've got to get these messages out there repeatedly before they become widely understood and as opposed to what might be kind of intuitive responses that the public has. And part of that messaging too is that we went through all of this, our impacts, but still on the electric, we are drastically below PG&E rates for residential. And that wasn't in this report. It's been in other reports. I ask for it to be every report we do because that's a very important context. I was just at a state conference of local electeds, and they again were just shocked that we are 100% carbon neutral electricity and our residential rates have been 40% below PG&E. It blows their mind. They have no idea. And yet our ratepayers, who we talk about how they perceive the job that we are doing on protecting their interests, if they don't understand that and appreciate that, then they're going to undervalue what we're doing for them. And I think it's just central. And then there were places where we went back and forth, and this goes to the complexity of what's going on, and therefore a staff report that has to explain this complexity. But we have a combination of loans and transfers, and why we have different loans and different transfers. There are reasons, but maybe there needs to be kind of a summary that says, look, here's what we do. We have a number of buckets, and one year we may be a shortfall in one bucket, and we have a surplus in another, and we will transfer. Another year, we might just loan it. And I don't quite follow why we loan it rather than transfer in that year, even after having read the reports. So giving explanations along those lines, I think will be helpful. And then one of the things we didn't touch on is, when I look at, well, if this is page 5 of the staff report, but I'm trying to think of what slide it might be on. Oh, let's see. It is figure 1. So I think, is that slide 9?
Oh,
yeah. Is that right? Yeah. So we have in there, maybe we can even call up slide 9, but we have a grid modernization debt and a debt service. So is the debt service that's listed there for debt that is separate from the new debt we're going to have for the grid modernization?
yeah, we wanted to call that out separately.
Good. Okay. I want to make sure I understood that correctly.
Yep.
Okay. Good. And I'd say that that's important for all of us on the council to see what portion of our total expenses are going to be in this transformation of our local grid. And even though we may be able to further mitigate this, because with some of the other emerging technologies, that doubling of the local grid may not be fully necessary. Certainly significant increases will be, but there are ways that may be mitigated. There are really advanced studies at Stanford and elsewhere in the whole field that are espousing that there are going to be ways to mitigate that through a range of technologies and movements. I understand why we might want to be conservative on that at this point in time. But in any event, even with what I think might be the upper end of what we would have to invest, that's a small percentage of our total rates. And when we were talking around about numbers last year, what it would take to do that grid modernization for full electrification, it seemed like a huge number, but spread over time and with the debt service, it's not a deal breaker in any way.
Yeah.
This is very manageable. And I don't think the public widely understands that. And so I think that's another key point to get across is that key, what is that, the mauve color here. That's a really important number there, or percentage of the total rates that it's not huge. And frankly, I was very concerned myself that it would be a much bigger number. And I'm very encouraged to see that.
I'll add in there that's going to be probably a little bit bigger than is shown, as we're starting to get a sense of the timeline for the grid modernization studies. Probably some of these costs might come a little bit sooner than we have modeled in here. I think our rule of thumb here is that it's about the debt service costs are about a 10% increase in rates over a 10-year period.
Okay.
So, and that is, it's probably conservative in some ways and just uncertain in others.
And all utilities are going to go through that. PG&E is going to go that on their local service. So PG&E is not only our state where we have our transmission to our city boundary, but they're responsible for the local grid for all these other cities that don't have munis, and they're going through those same issues themselves. But there is one thing that we didn't really speak about here within this total context is really, I don't want to go deeply on it, but it's an important issue, is our investments in our grid reliability. Because once again, this goes to when we look at the community support for our electrification, and then we have power outages. We have today was a storm, like a wind blowing like we rarely see here. We can see that, surrounding communities have massive power outages at PG&E, but our ratepayers have high expectations, in part because we have historically had pretty low power outages. And so long-term residents kind of have this feel for what's normal, and they're comparing themselves to Menlo Park or other areas. They're comparing it to their own past experience. Now, we have this year had extreme weather events. Last year, it was more that we had a series of outages that just happened for a range of reasons. They nevertheless go into a concern over grid reliability. So can you briefly talk about what we're doing to basically improve our local grid reliability as we're moving in this electrification? Those two things run in parallel. Either of you, please.
That's a great question. So I think that some of the things that we're looking at is that, we have to increase the primary size of our wires that we have in place. We have to replace some of the old connectors. We have to replace some of the old poles that are in place. We have to do a better job in the vegetation aspect of it. Customers, the residents are going to have to understand that, we are going to have to start trimming some trees that are up in the primary sections now that we're going to have to figure a way to get them in a lower situation. Backyard easements, those poles are much shorter in that backyard easement. There is an easement line in those backyards. However, customers have, planted large trees in those areas. I think that we are looking at our secondary pieces, which is the lower voltage lines. We also are looking at, we need to do some upgrades in our station. We also have to look at, one of the biggest things is like, we had a switch that went bad, and it took 3,000 customers out. So it relayed from the switch in the field all the way back to the substation. That can't be. as we move into electrification and we're going to do this, we need to build protection around that. So maybe there is an outage, but maybe it's only 500 customers, or maybe it's only a couple of blocks. So we are going to have to put in more switches. We're going to have to put in more protection devices so that it'll shorten the smaller amount of wherever those outages are going to be located at. And we don't have this widespread. As I walked in here, we had about 3,300 customers out just from this little storm here. But when I walked in here, we were down to 1,810, but still 1,800 customers are out. And as we just have been here, we're about down to 260 customers that are still out today. That's a little bit more manageable. And
We
that's
should solve
those are
this
the
meeting
areas.
a little longer and we'll.
Yeah, I know, really. We'll get them all up. But those are my points, is that we can't hold, these large outages like this. We can't have 300 customers out. And then it started off right around 1 o'clock or 2 o'clock, whatever it was. But, it's not going to be something. So anyway, those are the kind of things we got to harden the whole system, and we're going to touch the whole entire system.
Oh, some of what I think I heard at the beginning of your comments there is that some of the same measures that we're going to do to expand electric capacity of new poles and transformers also will improve the reliability at the same time. And that's a point. I hadn't been thinking of it that way. And that's probably something that we want to explain to people more so, because I think there's an intuitive sense that it's, you're putting more eggs in one basket, and whatever problems we have today will be exacerbated by just relying more on electricity. But actually, it's a paradox that the more that we move in that direction toward electrification, some of this very measures that we do to expand capacity are also modernizing and improving the reliability.
Yeah. Go ahead.
I was going to say, and on top of that, one of the things we knew we were going to have to do even before we done this electrification and modernization effort was replace a whole bunch of aging infrastructure. A lot of this electric system is getting really old. And we probably don't have the level of replacement that we've needed to have. And this project is going to end up placing a bunch of infrastructure would have had to be replaced anyway. So that, these increases that we have for grid modernization, some of that is actually stuff we would have had to do anyway.
Yeah, I was trying to figure out on
we're trying to figure that out.
Yeah, which bucket do we put it in? Julie, do you have something?
I did. Thank you. One of my former students, Stanford, is an award-winning engineer, and he's got a company called Sync Energy AI that is using AI, big data, satellites to predict which branch is going to fall, which power line next. And he's working with the city of Memphis, and he's working with the city of Charlotte. They are based in the South. If anyone is interested in an introduction, I would be delighted to provide it. I'd have another thought, but it has left my mind, so I'll come back with it later.
And that's really a good illustration of just this incredible wave of emerging technologies that what we're going to have in 2 years compared to even what we have now, and what we'll have in 5 years just continues to. We're in a period of not only great investment, incredible advancements that we haven't seen how they all knit together in a new system, but I have a lot of optimism that we're going to see those things.
I did remember my other thought.
Yeah.
Is it okay? To your point, actually, about people not necessarily getting that we are this 100% carbon neutral city, 40% cheaper than PG&E. It strikes me that as we in Palo Alto are solving these problems so expertly, I wonder if you are, in your free time, able to create some kind of a guide for those who are seeing to do similar things, but maybe don't have access to the same expertise that we do. Are we able to be the blueprint for others? I know we're looked to, but at a very technical level, if some city was to say, how did Palo Alto get there? Are we able to provide that kind of guidance and expertise, or is it simply another layer of work that we wouldn't have the staff resources to provide?
I think staff resources are definitely an issue there, but we maintain close connections with especially our public power partners. And so we're able to share our insights with them through a lot of these informal connections. I think we have ambitions, and occasionally we are able to share some of the insights from our research out through white papers or presentations at conferences. I think we'd like to do more of that than we do.
And I think it's an area that we can leverage resources because we have a lot of our advisors in the community, both activists and technical experts who are willing and able to support us on that, because a lot of why we do what we've done is so that we'll have a greater leveraged impact. And they're more than willing to support us in those ways. So I think that's something that out of the SCAP that we can be working on going forward, without necessarily having it all on the shoulders of staff who are trying to execute all this stuff. Yeah. Just a couple notes because of how it's going to go forward to the council and things. On page 4 in the third bullet point, it talks about 6 million for future rate relief. It says these funds will be used to phase in future rate increases. And I took that to mean that we're actually going to put 6 million into rate relief, so we will avoid near-term abrupt rate increases or to mitigate the rate increases, but we're not going to put them in to be able to phase increases. I guess what we mean is we're meaning that we'll be able to phase them in versus not phase them and have them do more abruptly. But just so everybody, there's a lot of technical language in here, and as it goes to the council, taking a step back and seeing how we can tweak it to just make it more digestible. Also, just lastly, make a point on, you had several times talked about we're facing some rate increases that we can't fully avoid right now, in large part because we held off across the board in rate increases during the COVID years. And I think we need, just like the PG&E rates, we need to re-emphasize that. We're all trying to predict the impact of COVID on the personal finances of residents. The first year we had a lot of more moderate income people who were service workers and others who weren't able to work, but we had an awful lot of our community who were in companies and technology that were thriving here, and the overall economy and the overall unemployment rate in 2021 and 2022 were actually exceptionally strong growth in our region. It didn't lift all boats equally. So what we really were doing was worrying most about those who were most impacted, and everybody got a break, including we got checks from the federal government that many of us didn't need, but there were people who did need them. So that's the dilemma we faced, and that's what we did. But I think we need to remind folks that those of us who were not negatively impacted financially in those periods, we were being charged less for our utilities than it was costing our city to provide them. And that's the bottom line. And that, human nature is that they're going to focus more on the increase when it has to happen rather than the benefit that they got. But we can help remind them of that, and it'll have some impact, hopefully. Okay. So then on this one, can we see the recommendation slide again? Staff, the final slide 13 and 14. So out of this, we basically,
No, we haven't talked about the rebates yet.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
2 things, Chair. One, just time check everybody, 3 hours in, if you wanted to do, that's what I'm wondering. Do you want to do a break? Just looking at agendas, but we've got one more item left.
Yeah, last one gets short. Still have the rebate. I'd much rather do that earlier.
Okay.
All right.
And then second thing is on this item, there is an attachment that is part of what we were discussing earlier that outlined just for the committee's choice, potential to recommend to the council a rebate program for electric customers. So this would be a program similar to the gas one that we discussed earlier, where it would be funded by the general fund, associated with 20% of high months costs. So I think that's in attachment A of the staff report.
So we have so many staff.
I know. So this would be the final pages of the packet. So we would be on packet pages, I believe.
So it's packet page 97.
Thank you.
It's got electric on the cover.
Right.
Yeah, it's the very back of that, before the slide. The prior pages were.
Thank you, Councilmember Hopkins.
Anytime.
Yeah, okay, let me do that.
Have we already agendized this?
Yes.
Yes.
What's the date? Is that the?
Oh, I'm sorry.
For council?
The gas rebate program has been agendized for council
For when?
March 27th.
So next week?
Yes.
Okay, so we have to deal with this now.
Well, the
no.
electric is not. This was not in the
Mike,
motion.
please.
No, go ahead.
No, I'm just asking you to turn your mic on.
Yeah, so the gas was recommended by the council. This was just to be pushed to the finance group to take a look at the electric.
So we have this in front of us. Did staff want to review it at all, or?
I could talk about it quickly.
Great.
So Dave Yin, Utility Strategic Business Manager. So we did get all the electric bill for the month of January of 2023. So if you can scroll down a little bit, Jonathan, on that chart. So this is kind of a breakdown of all the different bill categories. I think it's grouped into 4 categories. Less than $150 for electric only for that month. So 68% of all customers, or 18,000 customers, had a bill less than 150 for electric. There's another 8,000 customers who had a bill between 150 and 500, and then 400 customers between 500 and 1,000, and a small number of 60 customers of over 1,000. So we came up with 2 different options. 20% of all the bills accrued came out to 3.7 million. So then the 2% of that total was 720,000. So Jonathan, if you mind scrolling down, sorry. This is the, oh, it's a different than I expected. I thought I had a different table, but it's okay. We can go to this one. Yeah. So in second to the last column, that's the average, the 20% for each of those customer categories or bands. So for customers in $20, the rebate amount would be $2. Customer in the $500 range will get a rebate about $108 and so forth. So that was just based on a 20% flat rate of their consumption. And the other alternative we came up was a flat rebate. So if we were to spread that 720,000 across all 26,631 residential customers, the flat amount would have been $27.05 for a customer. So those were the 2 options we had came up with. And then the council motion was to come up with up to a 20% rebate amount. Of course, you have discretion to change that amount. And another thing I want to note is, like we said earlier, the fund of this rebate will be coming from the general fund, either through the reserves, surplus, or through a reduction or transfer back to the electric fund. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Well, is it correct that option 1, because of the way it essentially treats all residential, well, it's not all, but it's not commercial as well. So I guess that answers my question, whether it could come out of the electric fund versus the general fund. So even though it would treat all residential equally, it wouldn't treat all repairs equally.
Correct.
Got it. Okay.
And residents do about 20% of the total utility customer base. So commercial is about 80%.
Could you remind us how far above the median for January, this January's electric bill was?
I think we had that.
I just
number.
remember gas being the
Yeah.
astronomical spike, and the electric spike seems to me to be
I think it
significantly
was like
less.
3.6 million for the month of January, and then for the month of December, it was like 2.9 million.
So are we regarding the electric bills needing the kind of relief, warrant a kind of relief that the gas bill warrants?
Compared to gas, I would probably say no. It's because like the one-time month for gas, I think it was almost $9 million for all residents versus here in electric is like 3.6 million. But I also want to note that the electric is cumulative, where gas is a one-time. So meaning that the spike for gas was only in the month of January, a little bit made in December, whereas for electric it is recurring every month until July when we end the high rate adjuster. So they could use some assistance, I guess, if we were to aggregate all the months.
That does bring up something I meant to ask earlier on that July ending of the hydro rate adjuster. Basically, we're projecting for this calendar year, this rain year, we're going to have a slight above average hydro production, but we're holding off on pulling back on that hydro adjuster until July. And that, for me, I'm wondering, should we consider pulling back on the hydro adjuster sooner, which would mean then that we're not replenishing our reserve as soon, but it's still a question of, as when people look at big rainfall and they're still paying hydro surcharge, that's hard for them to swallow.
So there's a long delay in rain in between the time you get rain and the time you get hydroelectric production. We don't get our hydroelectric production until really July through September, October. That's when the production really happens. So, and there's the issue that if you try to use a rate adjuster to recover costs and you try and do it within a few months, which is what you need to do to try and time up the removal of the adjuster with the rainy season, you end up having to double or triple the rate that you're selecting. So you're having these really big price spikes. So it's a tough problem. It's a tough problem to solve. There's the communications and perception issue, and then there's the actual financial issue. If we were to remove the HRA significantly before the July 1st, we're talking millions of dollars in hits to reserves that are already below minimum guidelines right now.
Okay, thanks for that clarification. All right, so we got two options that are presented. Really option 2 is kind of more progressive, so that, well, we really don't know. I guess the more I think about it, low-income households don't necessarily consume less electricity. We might assume that they're smaller homes or other factors, but I'm not sure that we have a good way to really correlate. Yeah, John, did you have something?
Most of our low-income residents do live in multifamily buildings, and that's not everybody. We was talking to a single-family resident who they have their own particular issues, but there is an association, a correlation between our low-income customers and usage, because they do live in multifamily, which correlates with much lower usage of both electricity.
So then if we were trying to have this rate focused on those who
Most need it,
then we'd be looking at option 2 more than option 1. Is that correct?
Well, option 2 is only really giving a $27 flat rate to every customer. So if you guys want to direct more towards low income, that is fine as well. Right now, we have about 7 customers on the rate assistance program. I think since January, we did go up quite a bit. It went from 500 to 700. So we did add 3% more customers. So customers are aware of this program and they are reaching out if they need financial assistance.
Okay, so maybe there's 2 parts to this. So first, though my point initially before you added this aspect on those that are on rate assistance program is that by having a flat amount rebate, on average, those more modest income and lower income customers or in multifamily using less electricity. So that same $27 is a higher percentage of their bill. But does bring up this other issue is whether we should look at anything else on those but on the rate assistance program, they're already getting that rate assistance. Is that a discount in the rate or is that a spreading of the payments?
It's a 0.5% discount on certain utilities.
So in that sense, we're addressing they're getting two benefits. They'd get a preferential amount of the flat rate or a preferential impact of the flat rate on as a percentage of their bill, and they're getting 25%. So I'm glad to hear that. Thoughts, Julie?
The $27 flat rate feels to me to not land the impact that we would have in mind. It just doesn't seem in the main like enough to send the signal we're trying to send, which is we know you were hurting. It begs the question, who was actually hurting? And I think this question, and John Kelly raised it too in public comment, about we ought to be directing relief funds to those who really need them, who are lower income. So I am intrigued by the number of people who've self-selected, as I understand it. If you're getting a rate assistance, you have opted into that. It's not that the city somehow has your income on file, can easily tell who's low income.
That's correct. They have to apply for it.
Right? So 700 families. I just want to throw out there that I'd probably rather see those 700 families get a lot more relief than give everybody $27.
I would add that there are a lot of families who these increases, the gas and the electric, felt it was a severe impact, who don't participate in the rate assistance program.
I
Yeah.
know that that's a concern. Yeah, for sure. I don't know how we find those people. I don't know how we find the people above those who've applied for rate assistance, who are in that middle band.
Well, in one sense, the way John explained it, where with flat rebate, we're tilting toward them.
But it's a rate of $27. I worry that it's.
This goes back then to the discussion we had earlier on this is coming out of the general fund. And we have to weigh this against uncertainty on whether increasing that could result in service cuts. We don't know.
So one possible possibility that we just were thinking of here, to focus on those most in, is that we do have the Project Pledge program, which is a program where people can donate to for people who have extraordinary need, and people apply. They can use it once, when they really get into a difficult situation. That program is not usually very well funded. I mean, we have maybe $10,000 or $20,000 in there at a time, but it might be possible to put some money toward that program so that it really helps people in need at much higher levels than this $27. And you could probably, because we'll go a lot further, you probably reduce the amount that you're actually contributing as well. $500,000 would go very far, I think.
So if we say took option 2 and then had a supplemental contribution to you call it the project.
I was suggesting this as as an option 3. If the $27 isn't landing.
Yeah, I'm thinking as a 2B.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there are lots of ways to go at it.
Yeah. So that under a 2B, you'd have the flat rebate and then some additional amount. The program is called what again?
Project Pledge.
And how do people tap into that?
Now we're getting to the limits of my knowledge of the program. Can anyone here answer that better?
Yeah, I think they just submit an application and then review whether or not they've withdrew from that before. If they haven't, they would be eligible based on their hardship, certain criteria. As a one time, that's it.
I see.
So maybe we waive the one time previously if you guys choose to wait for this one time as exception.
So maybe we'd allow it to be one time a year as opposed to one time overall. If we only have this funded $10,000 or $20,000, it seems that there's not much point in putting a huge amount in there because people don't know the program, they don't use it, only a certain number do. So I don't know how many dollars would allow us to really, especially if allow people to do it once a year, how many dollars would have the sort of impact where everybody who has a need to apply for that, there's plenty of funds to do so. Is it $100,000? Is it something?
Yeah, so I'm looking here at the criteria on our website for Project Pledge. And we might need to adjust those a little bit. It does have a limit of up to $750, and then proof of unexpected hardship. We might need to redefine under what conditions somebody could apply, you know, if these high gas price spikes are an unexpected hardship, for example. People must already be late on their payments. So we could probably take a look at how many people are running late because of these, or who maybe have made payment arrangements. Yeah, and it's minimum of $750 or their outstanding balance if that's lower.
So it seems like not only the staff need to look at who would qualify and how, we would also want to look at how we promote it more so people are aware of it. So I wonder if we tonight might recommend that staff come back to the council with a recommended dollar amount and revisions to the program as opposed to us trying to sort that out tonight.
I think that would be a great idea. We bring it back to the Monday night when we bring the gas one as well. We can.
Okay.
Or no, yeah.
Unless you can pull that together by tomorrow. Yeah, I'm not so sure we'll be able to make Monday's meeting, just throwing that out there. Absolutely, we can bring a referral back.
It does feel weird to not be addressing them at the same time, though. So is there any merit in saying that council should not review the gas rebate on the 27th if an electric proposal is going to come a couple weeks later?
I would more support go forward with the gas, but we can talk out that this has come back with this additional one. I wouldn't want to hold off on the gas.
I just want to be sure that our gas, that I guess we'll just have the imperative when we review electric to have in mind what we agree to on gas as a matter of parity in our analysis.
So, and ultimately this is, the council actually had this dialogue when this referral was made. And so intentionally they were split in the motion, in alignment with what was going on at that time.
It was the two of us. Okay. Yeah.
I think so, yes. Yeah. So, I think we would want, it would be, I guess, at the discretion of the city manager and the mayor and vice mayor to change the agenda for Monday. But absent that, staff's going to need time to pull this together. We could provide some at places memo maybe, but I also know that's going to be slamming information at a very
I withdraw my
time.
concern about putting them together. I appreciate the constraints.
All right. So we now want to go back to how we put all this together. I think we've and did we see? Well, we didn't on the purely electric. We didn't outside of this. Oh, did we? We settled on the on tentative directions on the electric, other than the rebate already.
Actually, we didn't. We were about to, and then
Okay.
we were
Trying to
reminded that the
recall.
rebate was also
All
on
right.
the agenda.
So the recommendations that we have on slides 13 and 14, are we comfortable with the staff recommendations? And staff, have you heard anything out of our discussion that we need to zero in on as alternatives? Nothing's coming to my mind that where we differed from the staff recommendations. Is that correct?
No, I don't think you have.
Okay. So are we good with staff recommendations? Seeing nodding head, straw votes. So now we can loop back to the package. And then we still have one more item, but do you want to have us tackle item 5 before we
I would recommend the committee take 1 through 4 first.
okay. That's what I was thinking.
And ultimately, if the committee so chooses, we can defer 5 if we need to April 4th. But I do think it will be quick.
I think
It would
is
be great to do
yeah.
it tonight.
Yeah, no, I think it'd be.
So was staff able to capture our straw votes? Or you need us to try and revisit them?
The straw votes were all.
Well, if I'm summarizing this correctly, I believe on the water rates, the committee was in favor of option 2 that staff presented today. On the wastewater rates, I think there were differing opinions on whether or not we did the staff recommendation versus the alternative B. But I do know, I think in general, there was consensus on the staff recommendation, given the capital improvement needs.
Actually, I don't think we ended up with differences. Are you all
on
on
the
the
same page on
wastewater
that?
now on
so.
recommendation, the staff recommendation?
Yes.
Great.
Okay.
Then gas.
Yes.
It sounded like the committee in general was in favor of the proposal with, I believe, some discussion over the 15 versus 18% for the transfer for the natural gas transfer.
So are we good with the 15?
Well, I believe it was 2-1,
Oh, you weren't sure.
which okay. I mean,
Okay.
the committee can make,
Well, okay, but we'll go ahead and so given that the first 2, we can put in the main motion, maybe in one, and we can go ahead and on this one, take an actual vote on, it's really the 4th bullet, transferring the X amount for fiscal year 22 to the general fund for 24 is what the issue is, right?
Yes.
And the alternatives are the 15.5 or the 18.1.
18.
18. Okay, so I will move the 15.5% on the gas utility transfer for FY 22 to the general fund in FY 24.
I'll send that.
Okay, and I don't need to speak to it. Greer, did you want to talk to it?
I already did before. I'm going to stick with my concern. I don't want to get to the budget and have to make some very difficult cuts on affordable housing or public safety or anything else because of a difference of a couple of dollars here. So I'll stick to the 8%.
Good enough. So just so we have on the record, let's vote on at bullet 4. The motion is 15.5 in favor. Aye. Opposed. Nay. So we have it a 2-1 on that. But the rest we're in agreement on. And then I believe, is that correct? Yeah. Yep. And then on the electric, we were good with the staff report, and tied in with that is the question of the referral to staff on the electric rebate. And so I don't know what were we in agreement or not on using option 2 with an additional request that staff go to the council directly with recommendations on an additional amount to the rate assistance program and or not the rate, excuse me, the project pledge program and modifications to the eligibility criteria. Is that correct?
I am not necessarily in favor of option 2. I'm concerned about it being a very low flat rate. So I'm interested in learning more about what's it called? Project
Pledge.
And, but depending on how that goes, I may be interested in option 1, which is a 20% rebate to all.
Okay. Well, let's go ahead and see what we have in terms of a committee recommendation. So I'll go ahead and put on the table option 2 with a request that staff make a recommendation to the council on increasing the amount to project pledge and broadening the eligibility criteria. And I don't know whether I have a second or not. If not, we'll go on. Okay. Is there an alternative proposal on the table?
If you could articulate yours into a motion, make something I support.
Oh, you.
If it was 2 hours ago.
I know.
Councilmember, can I interrupt?
Please.
I know you're right in the middle of the thought process, but I just want to point this out, though, if we go back to this graph portion of it, is that if you look at the $100 to $150 range of electric range, and if you just, I can't add all these numbers up, but roughly about, let's see, 10, 11, 15, 17, about 17, 18,000 number of accounts are going to be at $24.62. So my point is that if you jump to that next and go up, it's $34, the average on the 20% on the customer range. So, you're thinking that, I guess what I'm worried about is that a customer that has $100 bill is only going to get $14.72. Where if we went with flat rate, we're talking about the 27. And so when I look at, where kind of the break even point is right around that $150 range. A customer that $150 range is going to get $24.62 back.
And that's along the lines. Thanks for pointing out those numbers. But the reason I was interested in option 2 over option 1 is because renters and more small households will fall in those categories, and under option 1 they'll get less than in option 2. And in either way, we can strengthen the project pledge program.
I'm a little worried about the assumption that renters and low income people all fall under that $150 threshold.
Oh, we're not assuming all. No, what John clarified was they're just disproportionately, not all.
I know. So I worry for those people who are lower income and had a utility bill of $500, that getting $27 is going to feel like a slap in the face.
Yeah, but unless you're talking about changing option 1 from 20%, you haven't addressed that.
Somebody with a $500 bill on the 20% is going to receive $108 back.
I see. But those people would have lower bills, which are disproportionately the renters and more modest income will get less good of a. You're right that you will get that person with a $500 bill will do better, but most of those renters will do worse.
And we're speaking hypothetically about how many people are in these categories, and that's what's hard. I think we're all trying to support the people who most need the support, and we're trying to figure out how to figure out who they are and how to spread these dollars to them.
Sure.
Yeah.
If I might just add, I think to the public comment as well as to what the committee members are frankly struggling with, Jonathan's suggestion of allocating a dollar value and letting folks self-select seems like a way that might bridge kind of all of the intentions. When you do a rebate, it's formulaic, right? So there's going to be pros and cons to any formula. But if ultimately we're trying to reach a certain population who are struggling, then perhaps allocating the funds towards a program and having staff come back with some, 1-year amendments to this program to allow folks to reach it might be a better way to let folks self-select. It reminds me, if I'm being honest, about when we did the small business grants during COVID. We did a brief application process. We tried to make it streamlined as possible in order to provide grants. So
but that doesn't address the option 1 versus option 2. That talks about how much we strengthen the project pledge program, right?
I guess what I'm suggesting is you don't have to choose 1 or 2. You could just choose to do project pledge.
I'm persuaded that might help us achieve the goal I'm certainly interested in. So as long as it's not an onerous, burdensome process, where people have to go through 5 hoops to get some money back from the city. So you've indicated the website indicates these criteria. And if we could sort of revisit that to make sure that it's addressing the present need of the high utility bill.
How do people learn of this? I'm sorry.
I mean, we would have to promote it as, you know, we promote Project Pledge. I don't think, you know, probably well enough. It's not super well funded. We have to promote it a lot more. I also, we do need to consult with our customer service manager as well to see that this is an appropriate channel. I think all the concerns you're raising there are important.
And this is what brought up gas alongside it, because if it turns out that this is also something we should be doing for gas, we are not bringing Project Pledge to the council on Monday.
Well, I do think on Monday, council is actually seeing similar options to this. So if the council's direction on Monday is to go back, work, adjust, that's a very valid piece of feedback that the council could give us. Gas obviously has a much higher impact. So I believe in that memo, the flat rate for gas would be $80 a customer or something to that effect. So just given the orders of magnitude that customers unfortunately felt, the dollars do look very different. That's also why I think that program is about a $1.8 million program, whereas this one does have a smaller.
I just want to say I remain concerned that people with really modest income that were impacted by these rates are not necessarily such low income that they're going to opt into Project Pledge. And my experience is that, you know, that percentage of people who will apply for these kinds of programs are those who are both informed about them, which is not going to capture anywhere near everybody, even if we increase our marketing. And there are ones who are in desperate need, as opposed to also those who are in need. And I want to be able to address both groups. And I don't believe that solely going on Project Pledge would do that.
Yeah.
So you're recommending, sorry.
No, so that was my concern and kind of my experience, as well as I think oftentimes renters and other low income individuals might not be as connected to some of these, to city sites and the ways in which that we advertise these. So I think we are going to miss a lot of people in that way, in that area. So that's my concern. I am wondering, I don't know if we're going to be able to figure this out tonight, maybe just a referral back to staff to kind of come up with some solutions. I agree with the concern about if you're under 100, between 100 and 150, then it's 2462 would be a rebate less than the 2705, and wondering what might look like if we did a floor at 2425 and then maybe did some tiered reductions above that to be able to offset those costs, so we don't completely skyrocket this, to be able to kind of address reasonable concerns that the chair brought up, but what we're all trying to achieve.
I will add that, you know, when we're looking at these different ranges on the monthly electric billing range, even with that e-hydro, you know, $400 to $500 a month is a lot of electricity use, and more likely that's a big home. So we're like my home, we're primarily electric heating, and we don't come close to that.
The last option I'll just present the committee is you can defer this decision. So we obviously these are budget actions. These would be funds coming out of the general fund, and I think it was Vice Mayor Stone's comment earlier. If we're going to spend these dollars here, this may impact your budget decisions later. So the committee could choose to take this up again as part of your.
Yeah. When's our next meeting? Date?
So your next meeting actually right now would be your budget discussions in May.
So we don't have any April. So we could have
if you've gotten through your whole agenda tonight, there is actually nothing slated for April, because most of tonight would have been spread out in chunks.
So this question, I don't think we want the council to get bogged down in all the details of this. I think we want to make a recommendation to the council. As of right now, we only have this small item with additional staff fleshing it out to discuss. Do we want to have what would probably be a short meeting in 2 weeks or so? What would be the date?
April 4th, I'd be happy to do it.
Let me look at the calendar really quick.
Oh, yeah, that's That's on my calendar as a regular date. Okay.
Yeah, so our regular scheduled meeting would be on April 4th. That packet would go out on Thursday of this week. So that's not.
I'd be okay with not having this in a packet. It's a abbreviated enough item or a late packet, either one.
So a packet on March 30th. That's a question to the utilities team, if you could turn this around by then.
Probably turn around.
Geez, Dave was ready to turn around tomorrow.
I know.
Dave.
Yeah, we could probably turn around by 30th.
The customer service manager.
Yeah.
Okay.
I just had a technical question on our concerns about informing people about this project. I'm sorry, I keep forgetting the help project pledge. I very much agree with the concern. Why would we not be able to stick it in the bill? With comments that everybody, is that a huge can of worms that I don't appreciate?
I mean, it's bigger than it's bigger than it sounds. It's also. I'm sorry, it's bigger than it sounds, but it's also manageable. And there are other options for promoting it as well.
I think also though, we could also probably, we'll talk to our customer service folks, but I think that we could probably look at customers that are in the rears, customers that are not being able to pay their bill. As Dave mentioned, there's a 25% discount, but maybe some of those folks are in that. And that might be an area that we would just actually be prorated to go out and make contact with them and say, this is available for you. So I think that there's ways that we can identify customers that are really in need.
Well, let's let staff come back on the 4th with a set of options or a recommendation or more. Okay, if that's the case, then let's see.
Then I think your motion would be, if one of the committee members wishes to make it, is that you recommend or you move staff's recommendation for the electric utility rate item and refer or defer the decision to the April 4th meeting on the electric reading.
Yep, let's capture that.
So
as
moved.
Second. Okay, all in favor? Aye. We have one last item. Yeah. Well, first time we've seen a.
We didn't get votes on the first one.
Gas, water.
Oh,
Then did we capture votes on?
we have to do one master motion then
Yeah.
for everything else.
Vin,
You said it.
yeah, I think Vin has the motion drafted.
Do you? Oh, good.
So perhaps to like different chunk for each item, do you want to find all of it?
Well, we could.
Yeah,
I
that's
think
fine.
we'd be comfortable with that if you can do that.
You give me about 30 seconds.
It has risen. It's
I'm not sure you'll be able to read this, but this should capture all of items 1 through 4.
And I trust you.
Essentially, this is the option 2 for the water item. The wastewater item would be the staff recommendation. For the gas item would be the staff recommendation with the proposal for 15.5%. And then for the electric item is the staff recommendation while referring the rebate decision to the April 4th meeting.
Oh, no, it's not. You're right. No, this one is for.
Oh, that's right.
So I believe then if you could help us by separating for their vote. They're going to vote on everything excluding items 10 through 14. So if someone makes a motion to move item 1 through 9 and item 15 through 19, then I suspect that might be a unanimous approval. And then item 10 through 14 would be another motion, which would, based on the tentative motions, be a 3-2 vote.
But
I'm sorry, yes, a 2-1. Does that make sense to the committee?
yeah, that one that we had the 2-1, we can just pull off the main motion. Is that what you're saying?
Right.
Yep.
Which would be item 10 through 14. Make sense? Okay, great.
I move that we,
So 12 is contingent, or 10, 11, 13, and 14 are contingent on the assumption in 12. So if we change the assumption in 12, that changes the rates in the other ones. So it would be cleaner if the committee chooses to do them. We can, of course, make in the record when we bring this forward to council, because as a 2-1 vote, this would be an action item. We can bring that piece forward and clarify, Vice Mayor Stone, that this was the item in question. Everything else was in general. There was agreement on. So I'm sorry, Councilmember Lithcott Haynes, I think you were trying to make a motion.
simply trying to move us along in accordance with your direction.
Yes.
I move numbers 1 through 9 and numbers.
Oh, actually, it looks like.
This was previously 10 to 14, but I already moved those.
Then I already moved it.
Oh.
So you just moved this. Thank you.
Okay, I just moved, okay.
I move items 1 through 14 for approval.
All right, all in favor? Aye, that's unanimous. Good work.
Thanks, everybody. That's huge.
Yeah. And then
Then Vin's got the.
we
second
have one hot item.
Oh, no, sorry,
No?
Chair. You've got to.
Oh, sorry.
Vote on gas. Thank you.
All right. So this is all tied to what we had a 2-1 vote on, correct? Okay, so I will move 1 through 5.
Second.
Those in favor? Aye. Those opposed?
No.
2-1. Very good. Okay. No hard feelings.
Apologies. Thank you so much, committee. You can move on
Okay.
to item 5.
All right. So item 5 is a recommendation to the council to approve and authorize city manager or designee to execute a third phase agreement with the Northern California Power Agency for purchase of up to 87,600 megawatt hours per year of a geothermal energy from Calpine. And
Thank you. We have Dr. Jim Stack joining us remotely tonight. I'll turn it over to you, Jim.
Thanks, Carla, and good evening, council members. Let me share my screen. Can you all see my slides?
got it.
Yes.
Okay, great, thank you. So I'm here tonight. Thank you for sticking with us this long. I think this will be worth the while. We have a new resource opportunity to present to you tonight that we are excited about and would strongly recommend moving forward with. So with that, I'd like to briefly touch on the current electric supply portfolio that we have and how this new resource would interact with that and how it would affect that. I'll share some load projections that we recently come up with out through 2045. I'll share some slides sharing kind of our view of the general energy market dynamics in California as they are expected to transform over the next coming decades. And then I'll share some of the particulars of this contract and how we're evaluating the economics of it. And then lastly, touch on some of the initial findings that we've come up with as we've gone through our integrated resource plan process, which we started about 9 or 10 months ago. This is a process we do every 5 years where we take kind of a comprehensive look at our supply portfolio and our demand resources and try to optimize our portfolio go forward out into the future. So with that, I'll start with some looks at our supply portfolio, and I'll show kind of our energy and load balance in a couple of different ways, in a few different levels of granularity. I'm going to start out here with a look at our load and our supply resources by month. And this is broken down into the on-peak and off-peak periods. On-peak period is basically daytime hours, 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. Monday through Saturday. Off-peak is nighttime hours, 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. and all day Sunday and major holidays. The black lines here in these two graphs show the city's load, which is relatively flat month to month, but you can see our resources in the bars. They have a much greater month to month level of variation. The orange bars show the solar resources, which produce quite a bit more energy in the spring and summer months, as do our hydro resources, which are the two shades of blue shown above those. Also shown top in the light gray hashed line areas is what the contribution of the geothermal contract would provide to our portfolio. So the key takeaways here are that, while our load is pretty flat month to month, our resources are not, and we have significant surpluses typically during the summer months, and especially during the daytime hours, the on-peak hours. In contrast, during the fall and winter months, we have systemic deficits, and those are especially in the overnight periods. So interesting characteristic about the geothermal project is what was a base load resource, which means it produces basically the same amount of output every hour of every day of the year. So it would really help us make up some of these deficits we have in the nighttime hours and the winter months. Now to look at our load and our supplies on a bit more granular level. These two graphs show an hourly look at our portfolio for a typical month. In the graph on the left is Q4, so that's kind of the fall months, October through December. It's a single day that's shown there, and on the right is a winter day, Q1. So the season load is shown in blue, and resources are shown in gray, and the geothermal is shown at the top in the light gray hashed areas again. So you can see that in the winter months, even during the daytime, our resources are kind of just meeting our load, but in the evening and the early morning hours, we have significant deficits that this resource would help us, to fill some of that gap. And then the next two graphs show spring and summer typical days in the spring and summer months. And here you can see this is when we're getting the majority of our hydro and our solar generation happening during the daytime and into the evening hours in this period. So we do still have some slight deficits in the early morning and the late night hours here, which the geothermal project would help us to fill up. And then step back and looking at it from a much wider lens. This is an annual look at our load and our supplies from 2025, when this contract would start, out to 2045, which is the period that we're focusing on with our integrated resource plan. So we're projecting a modest level of load increase that's largely due to electrification of buildings and transportation. And then you can see our resources here. The blue areas we're showing here kind of average levels of hydro output. This is kind of average as of a few months ago, before we sort of, Jonathan mentioned in his presentation, we sort of recently took a more realistic view of what the hydro resources are producing in recent years, and we kind of downgrade our long-term expectations of them a bit. So this is maybe overstating the contribution that those resources will provide on average. And you can see some of our contracts in the brown areas. Those are our landfill gas contracts, and we have a wind contract that's shown in the green bars. And those are slated to start expiring, those contracts, at the end of this decade. it's possible we may extend those contracts. We haven't had those discussions yet with our suppliers, so we're simply showing them for now as disappearing when they expire. But overall, our load is increasing, and we're going to need new supplies in the coming years, and this resource will help us make for that. In addition to the energy that we get from geothermal project, we also get what's known as resource adequacy capacity. And as a load serving entity in the California Independent System Operator, we're required to procure every year a certain amount of local system and flexible capacity. Without getting too far into the weeds on RA, because it's a very weedy area, essentially our resources get a lot of system capacity from our hydro resources. And so kind of on an ongoing basis, we have a surplus of system capacity, but we don't get as much local capacity from our resources. So compared to our requirement levels, we have a pretty substantial deficit every year in local capacity, which we have to go out to the market and try to purchase capacity from other suppliers who have surpluses. And several years ago, that was not an issue at all. Prices for local RA were pretty low, and the supply was pretty plentiful. Over the past few years, the dynamic has really changed, and it's become very scarce and very expensive. And so one of the main benefits of this contract, this geothermal contract, is that it would provide 10 megawatts of local RA as well as system RA to the portfolio. So it would sort of increase our surplus position for system RA, which we're able to sell and monetize most of that. And then it would help us, it would go a significant portion of the way towards covering our significant deficits in local RA. So that would be a real benefit to the city. Switching gears now to the load projections. As part of the integrated resource plan process, we've recently developed some load forecasts going out to 2045. Obviously, the electricity industry is in a bit of flux right now with electrification of buildings and transportation. So it's really hard to pinpoint exactly where our load will be 23 years from now. But so we've developed 3 forecasts shown here. There's a low, a mid, and a high projection. The low projection essentially assumes not very much electrification occurring and no new data centers coming online in town. The high projection, on the other hand, shows a pretty aggressive push on electrification, lots of new EVs and buildings electrifying, as well as a really substantial dump in the amount of data center load that we would be seeing just in the next few years from some of our big commercial customers. This is sort of reports we've got from some customers about new loads that they're anticipating. So our mid projections sort of takes those projections with a grain of salt in terms of the data center load, about the timing and the amount that we will be seeing of that. So that's what we're going to be using for our integrated resource plan purposes. But we still see a modest amount of growth, roughly 25% growth by 2045. So we wanted to share some insights we've gotten about the overall dynamics of the energy markets in California. So the next few slides, we're borrowing from a consultant that we're working with on our integrated resource plan. These are from Send Analytics, which is a well-known and very respected consultant in the energy space. They have their own software, which they use to model, supply portfolios and help to optimize them, which is what we're doing with them. In a quarter, they produce a forecast that they share with their clients of energy markets and changes that they're expecting. And these slides are from one of those presentations a few months back. So there's a lot of information shown here, but the 2 graphs at the top kind of share their view of how the overall supply mix in the state will change from 2016 out to 2045. And the key, thing to get out of this is the overall trend is, you can see the bottom, the gray area represents natural gas generation, and that used to represent about half of the capacity in the state, and by 2045 that's essentially going to go to 0 in their projections. That's going to be replaced with, you know, a variety of renewables, but predominantly solar and wind and storage. And what that means essentially is that when there's so much more solar coming online, even if it's paired with storage, the value of that solar is going to get pushed down. Market prices are going to drop, so the value of those resources will drop as well during the middle of the day. Whereas prices for generation in the late night and evening hours will really get pushed up as a result of that. And so that will really benefit, you know, this geothermal resource, which has the advantage of producing, you know, around the clock generation. So the graph at the bottom shows their prediction that off-peak prices, the nighttime prices for energy are going to exceed those of on-peak generation in the near future, which is a significant shift. It used to be that on-peak pricing was quite a bit higher than off-peak pricing. And then lastly, a few slides back, we talked about resource adequacy being one of the products that this contract will provide, and how that's gotten more expensive in recent years. And the graph shows Ascend's projection that trend is going to continue, and RA pricing will actually go up quite a bit more by 2045 or 2050. So the little triangles here show historical pricing for RA, and the blue line shows the type of RA that this product would provide. So that is expected to just continue to increase in value. So all of that sort of provides some context for this deal in particular and how we're evaluating it. So this contract would be between the Northern California Power Agency, NCPA, of which we're a member, along with about a dozen other utilities in Northern California, and Calpine, which is a large generation owner. They own a lot of natural gas and geothermal resources throughout the state. So this would be a 12-year contract starting in 2025. It would initially be 50 megawatts worth of geothermal output for the first 2 years, and then increase to 100 megawatts for the remaining 10 years of the contract. Palo Alto's share would be 10% of that total, so 5 megawatts and then 10 megawatts. At the 10 megawatt level, that would result in 87,600 megawatt hours per year coming to the city, which is roughly 10% of our total load a year. Contract price is going to be $79 per megawatt hour, and that's a fixed price over the entire contract term. And that would represent, for the 10 megawatt share, that represents $6.9 million per year of cost to Palo Alto. So that's sort of the cost out of the equation. And then in terms of the value that we would get out of this contract, there are sort of three components to think about. There's the energy, there's the renewable energy credit, the REC, which represents a renewable energy attribute of the power. And then there's the local resource adequacy capacity. So it's difficult to kind of forecast, you know, these the values of these three products will be over the out through 2036. But based on forecasts we've seen from consultants and suppliers and brokers, we're projecting that energy prices will range between $62 to $85 per megawatt hour during this period. REC prices are pegged at around $14 to $20 per megawatt hour, although in recent months they've jumped up quite a bit higher than that. We're seeing pricing around $40, but we think that might come back down. But and then resource adequacy, we are pegging at around $8 to $11 per megawatt hour. So you add all those three value streams up, and you get a total of $84 to $116 megawatt hour of total benefit from this contract. And compare that to the $79 contract price, that results in a net value to the city between $5 and $37 per megawatt hour. We think there's definitely some more upside potential. We've seen market prices, you know, shooting up in the recent months. And then in terms of our integrated resource plan, we'll be getting some new results from our consultant in the coming weeks. And be sharing those with you guys probably in the late summer or fall period as we wrap up our integrated resource plan. But in general, what we're seeing is that the baseload profile geothermal resource is a really good fit for the city's portfolio, especially as we have new baseload demand coming online in the form of data centers. Also, as we've seen, the market prices increase quite a bit in recent months with no sign of falling back down. This contract that we locked in a while ago is starting to look increasingly attractive. especially since it'll be providing generation, during the evening hours when the grid is going to be getting increasingly short of generation. Terms next steps. So the contract will be between NCPA and Calpine, as I mentioned, and then we have third phase agreements for all of the NCPA members who are going to be getting shares of this contract. And those sort of lay out our contractual arrangement to pay for the generation that we get from NCPA. Santa Clara will be the main off-taker of this contract. They've already had their city council approve the contract, third phase agreement with NCPA. So as other members like us approve these contracts, we will receive our shares when the contract starts. Last month, the UAC unanimously recommended approval of the contract very strongly. And then we're planning to go to council with this contract if the finance committee recommends it for approval in the middle of April. And that's to meet the deadline that NCPA has set for members to get it approved by the end of April. And then the contract again will start in 2025. So that's all I have. Happy to answer any questions you have.
Greer?
You answered, your presentation was really thorough, answered a couple of questions I had. It only raised one. I was curious, you showed the slide of the kind of the projection out to 2045. And I saw that solar generated power seems to drop off pretty significantly near the end. And why is that?
Are you talking about our load resources? This one here?
There we go.
This is just because some of these contracts, they're they have 20 to 25-year terms. So we're showing them kind of phasing out as the contract reaches the end of its term. But there's probably going to be opportunities to extend these contracts if you see fit, but we'll kind of we'll cross that bridge when we get there. Compare that the offer from the developer, the supplier, with whatever else we see in the market, and take whatever is most advantageous to the city at that point.
Okay, thanks. That makes more sense. Yeah, no, I appreciate it. Seemed like good negotiating to get some good rates here, and seems like a good opportunity for the city. So thank you.
Julie?
Thanks so much. What an exciting presentation. Learned so much about geothermal in this and really appreciate it. Thank you, Vice Mayor, for asking what happened to the sun in 2040. I was a little worried about that myself. Wait a minute, I didn't read about this. Given our plans to move to electrification, to fully embrace electrification, it feels a little disheartening to see the mid projection line. I would just hate for somebody to look at this chart and worry. I appreciate when you showed the others. But as we get out there in the world, I want people to know that we're planning on the higher load. But anyway, I would love for you to explain to me in layperson's terms what local resource advocacy RA means. I was really struggling with that, and I would love for you to explain it to me like I'm a smart 8th grader.
Yes, I'll give it a shot. So the product resource adequacy refers to payments that we give to generators simply for keeping their units operational and online and on the grid. So it's sort of like kind of a reserve payment or a retainer agreement that generation has. Some of these generators, like storage resources, might only operate for a couple hours a day, but giving them a capacity payment ensures that they have enough revenue to kind of remain available and to maintain the reliability of the system as a whole, essentially, even if they're not getting a lot of energy or a lot of value from their energy that they're putting onto the grid.
Okay.
So that's what resource adequacy is as a concept. And then, as I mentioned, there are kind of 3 different flavors of it. There's local, there's system, and there's flexible. Yeah. Flexible is just kind of a very small incremental value that's given to resources like hydro and solar, or not solar, but storage. They kind of ramp up and down very quickly to kind of help adjust, and maintain balance on the grid as loads, shift or the sun goes behind the clouds and generation drops off.
Okay.
Local RA refers to generation that's
You're
located.
good, Jim. You're good. Thank you.
Okay.
I appreciate it. I'm aware of how late it is, and I'm starting to want to nerd out to learn a lot more. But you've given me enough. And so my final question is on the contract itself. You say the total value will exceed the cost of the contract to the tune of $550K a year in the first 2 and $1.1 million in each year in the remaining 10. And I'm just wondering why that is. what is changing in year 3 and subsequent years such that that's going to be true?
The shift in year 3 is simply because our share, the contract will double in size, going from 50 megawatts to 100. So that's just a scaling up of the total benefit as we get more of it.
Okay. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Jim. I certainly support the contract and you giving this presentation on kind of a first cut of the integrated resource plan, and you talked about the update to that. This is something that has been part of the interest of the SCAP ad hoc committee, is understanding this more, and so I'm trying to think about what would be the right forum for a deeper dive on this. We have both the finance committee's interests here and the SCAP committee, and I would probably have about 20 or 30 questions if we had time tonight. So I want to look for the right forum or forums to really be able to go into a whole series of questions, but I'll just lay out a couple of things. As you probably know, Peninsula Clean Energy has come up with a plan for 24/7, 365 carbon neutrality, 99% carbon neutrality is, I think, the way they framed it, that less 1%. They think it's not cost effective. So I'm going to be real interested in how what we think of their approach and how that that might be able to be integrated with our approaches. We've got our local capacity, and frankly, a number of years ago, we made some changes that moved us away from some of our emphasis on really local in-city capacity, which in these days is not only generation capacity, but storage capacity. And I'm going to be real interested in how we could move more in that direction, and how that relates to reliability and resiliency advantages if done right ways. I assume we can't get more of this project. Is that correct?
Yeah, that was the comment that the UAC made as well. They recommended getting more. Unfortunately, there's a lot of demand from the other members of the contract as well. And we initially put in for 20 megawatt share of the contract, but the project was oversubscribed, so we had to
got it.
Accept 10.
And that net value of a baseline power is a very interesting concept. The one other final thing is just I haven't heard any discussion on whether our hydro sources are looking at adding increases in pumped hydro capacity to really improve baseline power out of hydro.
That's getting a little beyond my expertise. I have to defer to my colleague Lena Perkins on that one. I know a few years back there was a discussion of increasing the reservoir size, and I believe it was Shasta Reservoir, one of the biggest in the state. I don't know if that's proceeded any further, or if there's any discussions about new pumped hydro projects being developed.
Okay, well, I'll wait and we can get updated another occasion. Okay. Well, on that note, do we have a slide with the recommendation? Sorry. Oh, thank you. Do we have any members of the public who want to comment on this?
Chair Burt, we have no requests this week.
Thank you. Okay, we got the staff recommendation. I will move the staff recommendation.
Second.
All right. And we see it in even greater detail. All right. Any other discussion? All in favor? Aye. Great. So thank you very much. You've wet our whistle on these topics.
Very much.
All right. All right. So all we have is the at this point in time, one agenda item. I frankly, I don't know whether we'd want to bring Jim back when and just be able to have it was a lot of information in that report, and maybe even in that same meeting, just be able to have a little bit of a study session on that, so that we're really understanding all those elements, because he had to go through that a lot of stuff pretty quickly. So on the 4th, whether we'd want to do that.
Let me double check that he's available on that date. I know he has a vacation coming up. I'm not sure
Okay.
when it is.
All right. Well, if he's not available to answer this time, we can wait.
I think I can, that could probably work. Yeah, April 4th.
So did the committee wish to continue the item to the 4th?
No, just a more of a study session briefing to be able to just go into the information in greater depth and understand better.
So
If I could add, we also are planning to go.
I'm sorry, not specifically on the contract, but on the balance of the information in his report.
So then would the committee be expecting staff to put out another staff report on this?
No.
I think what we've already got is sufficient. We're just yearning for more conversation and it's 10 p.m.
Yeah.
Could I maybe bring up that we're planning to take the initial findings we get from our consultant on their analysis of our portfolio to the UAC in June. I don't know if you'd be interested in seeing sort of that version of that presentation when we're ready to do that.
I mean, if the committee wishes for us to agendize, we can look at just agendizing, I guess, this item again. The information. Sorry, so staff normal process is that we would draft a memo to provide and tee up the conversation for the committee or the council body.
We can just have a repeat. We'll use this presentation, and all we want to do is be able to go through it more slowly and methodically and ask a series of questions.
Sure. So that's what I'm saying. I guess I'm trying to provide or gain clarity, acknowledging what our normal processes are, what the intent of the committee is. So it sounds like we can just provide the presentation.
Yep.
It does need to be, we don't want it to be additional work for you. We're eager to know more of the background and say some things about
Just
hydro.
agendize it.
We'll just agendize.
And then it'll be just the presentation.
Yeah, we'll reissue that.
Right.
Okay, great.
Okay, great. Anything else, or we're ready to adjourn? Meeting's adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.